Alright, YouTube should be in. How we doing, YouTube? How we doing? It's another day, another stream. We are doing something a little different today. We are doing a tier list for Hollow Knight. Since we recently did the Steel Soul, I redid Steel Soul, but I did it for the first time in Hollow Knight on stream. So I figured, since I've done Steel Soul, no save quits on both Hollow Knight and Silksong, and we played the games. Like I played, if I pull up my hours quickly, we have played roughly 393.3 hours in Hollow Knight, and we have played 338.3 hours in Silksong. Sorry, acid reflux absolutely burns the heck out of me. I shouldn't be drinking these, but they cause it. It's not a lot of hours in the grand scheme of things. However, I did only just start the first game, like, roughly at the start of last year. And Silksong's been out for a couple months, and I stopped playing it for a good few months, so the fact that I got 338, I'm actually a little surprised about. But, we have a couple tier lists here. I plan to do... Is there a song too loud? That might be a little too loud. I'm gonna turn that down a bit. Oh, also, while I'm here, I mentioned the Go Slowly before to the YouTube. You should be able to hear it. There's Go Slowly if you want to listen to it. However, what we are also gonna do, I really need to be careful because I believe there's a couple copyright songs in this playlist. Can I hide this from Q? Okay, I'm gonna play it, but I got a feeling that we're gonna be copyright striked on YouTube because I've got a couple fan-made Hollow Knight songs in the playlist, and I can't remember how do we, unless only Purple is here. I'm pretty sure Purple would know. I have no recollection of how to hide or temporarily bro, how do I, there should be like an easier way to do that, like exclude from the queue, right? Okay, I'm gonna play it though. I'm gonna play Anti-Hellenist. And we're gonna turn it down a little. We'll see if I can hide it in queue now. I cannot. Or not that I can see at least. So that's a little annoying. Oh well, never mind. When it comes along, I'll mention it and I'll tell you the artist. If you want to see what song is playing while I'm on this screen in the top right corner, we have the music and the artist. Obviously this is just the OST for the games. But alas, with that being said, let's jump over to the tier list. I need to quickly set things up though, so give me 1 second. Hiya, folks. I'm gonna zoom in a little. There we go. Put that here, that. Hopefully that looks good. What, oh, I don't have the Spotify on the screen. Okay. Well, I will mention it and I'll put links in the description when we get to them. But alas, with that being said, let's... The YouTube can hear. Wait, hang on. The YouTube can hear the Spotify, right? That's that might be a bit of a concern. Oh no, the YouTube cannot hear that. Scheiße. Whoops. There you go, YouTube. Should be fine. It should be fine. Maybe when we get there, I'll disable the music while the songs are playing. Or I'll just skip. That might be easier, right? But anyway, should we do the OST first? That would be nice. OST while we're playing it. Let's skip back to this one. Right? Kind of want to do this first. We're gonna do like a sort of mashup since like doing them separately might take too long. But I mean it'd be easier to decipher what goes where in a solo playlist, in solo tier list. I mean, so Enter Hello-Nest. Enter Hello-Nest is the introduction to the series, right? If you're starting off with Enter Hello-Nest, so what it is. Amazing, very good, pretty cool. It's fine. Not that interesting. Boring. Not music. Haven't encountered it yet. Well, delete row. I will keep that for now, but yeah, okay. We'll keep it as it is now for now. I've encountered, I'm pretty sure, all soundtracks, so it's a Hellenist. Isn't it the main menu music as well? I'm gonna listen to it again. I think it's also the main menu music. It's the introduction, and I don't know. It's also on the trailer. It is pretty cool. It is a great soundtrack. It's a great introduction. It's almost joyful and mysterious, right? I don't know. There's something about Enter Hellenest that I think, personally, you can't see this, right? Cool. Yeah. Something that I just feel might not be the top of my list, but you know, it's top of pretty cool, maybe mid A+. I will change things closer to the end of the tier list, but you know, for now, I do think it fits the spot. It's sort of a fine line. Anything that's under this doesn't mean it's bad, but you know, it's cool. I genuinely like it. Every time I hear it, I'm like, ooh, yes, let's get playing Hollow Knight. Also, I didn't clarify rules. This is opinions. We're not basing these off of anything. It's just like in the order that I favor this. This is going to be the same for every other fight and how I feel towards them, and what they do for the gameplay towards for me. So, yeah. Dirtmouth. Maybe I should turn this up a little higher so you can hear it. I want to put an S. Really do. It is so chill. This is lo-fi of Hollow Knight, in my opinion. This shit, every time I start a new playthrough and hear this, or every time I return to Dirtmouth from the Stag Station, it's just, you gotta sit at that bench and just... That's the rest point, right? Like, if Team Cherry were to remove every bench in Hollow Knight 1 except for the one at Dirtmouth, and made that the main save point for Hollow Knight, it just feels right. I don't know. It's like that when you're doom scrolling on YouTube or Twitter and you come across that Dark Souls bonfire meme where it's playing like a nice relaxing song. It's like, you've been scrolling for a while. Take a break. Take a rest. Sit at the bonfire. That's Dirtmouth to me. Like the song specifically. Maybe yeah, the only OSTs, yeah. I don't know. It's one of the top of my favorite lists in the first game, and maybe even above most of the Silksong. There is definitely going to be Silksong songs that are above Dirtmouth potentially, but for now, second in the OST, and it's already peak. It's just like, it feels like you can't beat this. And we've got Forgotten Crossroads. I don't think it's as great as Dirtmouth, but dude, you just can't. Like, it's somewhere around Enter Hellenist, right? It's not, well, I mean, it's fine. Really thinking about it, would I listen to it? Probably not. Like, I mean, if it's on, I will listen to it, because it's nice. It's, like, still a part of that lo-fi category. But there's something different. I don't know, it's missing something slightly in comparison to Dirtmouth. But it has that sense of exploration, that sense of mystery, that sense of a more barren wasteland, and I guess I'll put it there. I think it's pretty cool. I genuinely think it fits its atmosphere, and I can listen to this in my own time. Genuinely speaking, if you believe me or not, I can. I could sleep to this. Maybe I will sleep to this tonight after the stream. Who knows? But little segments like this, where it picks up the pace, like the first Gauntlet, it's interesting to think about it, actually, because you've got area OSTs. You don't really have Gauntlet OSTs, just because the Gauntlets in Hollow Knight 1 aren't really their own major thing. They're more a part of the area, which I think is what makes a lot of the OST more iconic than Silksong. Which actually, I might actually use what I just said now later on for two OSTs that I'm going to cover, because actually part of the reason why I'm doing this tier list is solely because of those two OSTs. But yeah, it's somewhere around top of it's fine, bottom of pretty cool. I don't know where exactly we might have to move this, because it does get a bit like it's a bit on the bland side, but it's really iconic. It's the first area in the game, so well besides Dirtmouth, but anyway. And our first boss. Where is it? I'm gonna press skip because he's gonna skip False Knight. Which blends in so well, and I do genuinely find this song absolutely amazing. It makes it feel very grand, but it's still sort of simple. It's like when you hear a soundtrack from a game and you grab a guitar and then you try playing a couple notes and it just sounds so simple because you're not that expert you're not an expert at playing guitar, but when you do get those few simplistic notes that sound like the song, you're just like, that's it, that's the song. And that's this. We will cover the Lost Champion or Failed Champion, I think he's called. But this is like almost the more simple version of the Failed Champion. Or maybe it's the same. I could be completely wrong. But it genuinely, in just some sense, it feels like a simple boss song, and it is for a simple boss. I did die to this boss a couple times, but I hear it and I'm like, ah, man. Kind of reminds me of the first time I fought False Knight, not knowing that that breakable wall above the door existed. And then I found out about it like a year later. I was like, what? That was breakable? But I do like how it feels like it changes upon the phases as well, because going through the song, you can hear like the slight progression to things, and that's something Christopher Larkins is genuinely so good at. He is so good at making things feel and sound progressive. Again, Silksong's two Silksong OSTs do that later on, and I will cover those. But like, this song has just so much going on, but like, still sort of so simple. Not in the sense that simple that I could play it, obviously not. There's a lot going on. Like, it does get more complicated as well. That's, I say simple, but, you know. I'm not great at explaining songs, but I don't know, this just makes me want to fight False Knight. And then I fight False Knight, and then I'm like, okay, you know what, I kind of want to fight Failed Champion. And then I fight Failed Champion, I'm like, okay, I want to load up Pale Claw and fight Hegemon, I think the name is. So maybe I should rate the Pale Court songs with this, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, We're almost at the end of the song. That is False Knight. And it's time for the song that everyone uses in their videos whenever it comes to anything. I've heard the song before playing Hollow Knight. This song is beautiful. And for that, I think I really want to put it in S. There's nothing that really matches it. There's nothing that matches it. It is peak Hellenist lo-fi hip-hop, basically. Do I? It's just so good. I love it. It's a great introduction to an area. Speaking of this song in general, it's good. It's good for use outside of the game for people that have never played Hollow Knight. It's a beautiful song. It is a great ambient song. Christopher Larkin really cooked with it. But for the game, that introduction, walking into the wildlife, seeing all the greenery, and then just being surrounded by like the luscious caves and wildlife that live in that area, it just makes you want to explore. It almost makes you wish that the entire game was just nothing but green power, because, you know, it's to a point where someone actually did, there was someone that was making, I recently got reminded of this actually, there's a game called Lotus Knight, and it is it was basically plagiarized. I don't exactly know the whole deal, but people were talking about how they stole concepts and such from Team Cherry, just basically taking art, or at least I don't know if they directly stole it, but they at least obviously drew up Green Path. There was like so much that related to Green Path. I don't know the whole deal, but you know, the game looks cool. I've been debating whether I want to try it. However, there's a lot that looks way too much like Hollow Knight. But that just says something about Green Path, does it not? Green Path is just... The OST specifically as well is just... It fits everything in Green Path. Fits the luscious green, the transition points in Green Path, the coming across the first boss and then that fading into, obviously, its own music. But this, I'm pretty sure this part is where you're doing, C-dash, and you're going across, or at least this might be in a couple moments, but the part where it picks up, I'm gonna actually back up a little bit. Right here, where you're going to Nail Master Shio, or Painter Shio, whatever you call him, I guess, in the game. It picks up here, and it just feels like, ooh, I gotta stay on pace, and I gotta be careful, but this is feeling very adventurous and risky. But it doesn't feel like I'm gonna die, you know? And, I don't know, something about this part of the song is just great. Man, I could listen to it all day. It's such an amazing song, and we're gonna play it out through to the end. But for that, I will say Green Path for now gets our first S. I can't put it in anymore, in all honesty. I want to put this up with Green Path, but for now, again, as much as I love Dirtmouth, I don't know, something about Green Path is just always so nice. And then the fade out, dude. But with Green Path finished, we are going to rank Hornet, our second boss of the game. Or, depending on if you're speeding through the game, it could potentially be your fifth boss. It could also be your, like, what, last boss, I guess? Great introduction to Hornet. And as well, in comparison to the False Knight, she's a lot faster. It fits her pacing, and it genuinely does feel good for the fight. Listening to it outside of the game, it's great. I whenever I walk to work, I will every now and then listen to the HK playlist that I've got. this pops up, I'm like, ooh, okay. I really want to play Hollow Knight now. I kind of want to turn back and go home and just skip work, but I'm not going to do that, obviously. Where do I put this in my ranking? I would have to say... do I put it in A? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It'd probably be the top of pretty good. Maybe bottom of very good. I don't want to just jump to like the top tier stuff, but we'll keep it in very good. I like Dirtmouth over this song, but it is a great introduction to Hornet. It's also a great soundtrack for the boss fight itself, and not just that, it's just all around, like, I think they used it as well for a trailer. Didn't they use it for a trailer for Silksong at one point? It's either that or they used it for a trailer for Hollow Knight 1, and it just works. So, I don't know, it's upbeat and fun. But, oh, that was a bit abrupt that I turned it down. We're gonna go to Reflections. What's Reflections again? So, what's Reflections again? Is Reflections where when you get to... when you get to the... because it's got like the hot spring thing. Is it the hot spring music? I do remember hearing this a lot throughout the game, but can't pinpoint it for some reason. It's a shorter song, so I'm gonna say it's an area. It's an area-specific OST for Hot Springs. And I think, like Dirtmouth, it works well for a sequel. It really hits home. It has that same pacing. However, it is shorter and I feel like it's less iconic than Dirtmouth. So for that, I'm probably just gonna put it to... it's fine. It does the same things as Dirtmouth, but we've already seen what we've already seen it. It's not the worst, obviously. It's genuinely good. I think for that, I actually might put it in here. I'll put it up here. And I guess I didn't get all that much time with it. We're gonna rank the Mantis Lords, and Mantis Lords is definitely over Hornet. Over, no, I don't think S. I really want it in S, but I don't think S. I do think... very interchangeable with some of the relaxing songs. However, just for consistency for now, we might change it later. We'll put it under Dirtmouth. But great boss fight music. It is like... almost like Christopher Larkin is trying to pick up the pace more and more with these boss musics. And it's great. It matches the flow of Mantis Lords. It's upbeat, it's jumpy. It makes you really want to follow that beat. Almost turns Hollow Knight's Mantis Lords into a rhythm-based fight. You know, I don't know. I'm very biased about the Mantis Lords. Mantis Lords, obviously Rami, when he joins the stream, he's probably going to disagree a lot with Mantis Lords. However, I genuinely love Mantis Lords so much. And again, they utilize things that they did in False Knight, where it's sort of progressive with certain phases and whatnot. It just works, you know. As a wise Todd Howard once said, we might as well just wait till the end. But our next one, there's not much else I have to say about Mantis Lord's Tierlist. Our next one, City of Tears. It might even have to be an S. bottom or maybe top are very good. It's amazing. Where else do I put it? Actually, for that, I'm gonna move these. I will move these down. Thinking about it, we'll move them down one. I'm gonna keep these here though. I feel like I'm gonna regret putting Green Path up here, because I want to put City of Tears up here as well, because it just has great calm energy, but this is the problem. This is gonna take like 3 hours on its own for me to properly get the tier list. This one tier list. I might have to split it up into 3 streams. There's something about discovering City of Tears for the first time, where it was like, this is beautiful. Traveling through corridors, feeling like it's an old abandoned city, but then you get to the outer section of City of Tears, where it's raining, and then you're like, oh, that's why it's called City of Tears. And you play through the game not questioning it, and then you play through it a second time, and then you start questioning, where's the rain coming from? And then eventually you get to a point where you look at the map and you're like, wait, that makes sense. It's under the blue lake. And everything just sort of ties in together. City of Tears in itself, obviously we're going to be ranking the areas a bit later, but City of Tears OST really fits the area, and it's sort of I guess an OST that lifts the player's spirit in some sense. It's a symbol that you're progressing and you're getting somewhere. This is like the first major point where the map is just fully open to you. You have multiple routes to go, and with hope and sight for like your first nail upgrade, that's a plus, right? So I really do think it's either A+ or S. I will have to decide for its S position later, but you know, I think it deserves whatever I give it in that high spot, in my opinion. Just way too iconic. And we're almost at the end of the song, so I might as well wait. The ending is also genuinely beautiful. It has Dung Defender next, which feels wrong. We are not doing Dung Defender next. We are actually, this is going to be the first point where we split off from the OST's order in itself. And we're actually going to jump over to Soul Sanctum. Because this when the player gets to a certain point, I pretty much found Soul Sanctum not immediately, but I explored on my first playthrough quite thoroughly. And I found Soul Sanctum relatively quick for my aimless, non-directional exploration. And having it go from, hang on, let me go back to City of Tears. Having it go from like this fade out, this calming, non-threatening vibe that fades into this, and it sounds spooky. It sounds interesting. It sounds dark. It sounds like dark sorcerers sort of residing in. Basically, they do. The organs playing it actually kind of reminds me of Phantom. But I genuinely enjoyed traveling through this area. Some of the enemies suck ass, let's be honest, but we're not rating the enemies, we're rating the OST. And this OST fits City of Tears transition to Soul Sanctum so well, and it just fits the entire area incredibly well. Everywhere you go, it just feels like it's just haunted. Right. The infection's everywhere, and this place is no exception. You go here, and there's infected bugs that know how to fire spells, and all you know is your basic fireball. You don't know anything else. Or you shouldn't know anything else. But going through the corridors of Soul Sanctum, genuinely, without this, if it was just silent, or even if it was City of Tears, just wouldn't feel the same. And for that, I think Soul Sanctum. I don't think it's better than City of Tears. I've spoken a lot about it, but I don't think it's not better than City of Tears. But it's very ambient, and it's pretty cool for that. So I'm gonna keep it at pretty cool. I just genuinely think these three in Hollow Knight, like these three alone, could be the top three of Hollow Knight for me. Yet again, that might change. I might come across music like NKG's music I fucking adore. Or Pale. Oh, I remember Pale, but it's not in game. It could have been. But anyway. Oh wait. This motherfucker doesn't have his own soul? Soul? I didn't realize it was combined. I completely forgot about that then. Yeah, okay, so now I guess we're ranking... Hey Chrono, how you doing? Been a while. Thank you. Thank you for the good luck. Hopefully you're having a good day. We're just on a tier list at the moment, so... which is actually taking a little bit longer than expected. Well, because of Soul Sanctum having a shared soundtrack with Soul Tyrant and Soul Master, I believe, that changes a lot. But that keeps it in its same spot, I reckon. They're both pretty good together, and I think, again, another point I'm going to make for a Silksong OST that will come up is it works together. If it was separated, I probably would listen to it less than I would want to. But I genuinely think together it has that build-up. You don't have to have that pause between the songs. You can have that build-up be immediate, and you can show emphasis on the build-up. So, for that, I think Soul Sanctum, Soul Tyrant, or Soul Master, whatever the area boss is called, I think it's Master. I think it stays in pretty cool. From there, where did I go after? I'll rank it in order of the way I play the game. We got Desolate Dive. No, not Desolate Dive, oh no, Desolate Dive, that's what it's called. I think we got Desolate... Oh, we completely missed, so... Why is the freaking thing ordered in this way? Fungal Waste should have been ages ago. Let's go back to Fungal Waste. Fungal Wastes. Mega, how you doing? How you doing? We're just doing a tier list, but you know, we'll hopefully eventually get to Silksong after 3 tier lists. It might take some time, so if you do plan to stick around, then I hope you enjoy the tier list side of the stream. But how are you doing? Hopefully you're having a good day. Fungal Wastes. Fungal Wastes was the... Obviously, it would have been the 3rd area, because I think there's no other area you can go to before Fungal Wastes unless if you do major skips. But, I remember Fungal Wastes, how I entered it. I was playing... My first experience with Hollow Knight was with a friend. He got me to download Hollow Knight because I had it in my library for whatever reason. Don't remember buying it, but anyway. And he got me to download the Hollow Knight multiplayer mod. We played it, and I'll be here stuck in a rocking chair with a sick 8-month-old. Won't sleep unless he is being held. So me and the wife are taking shifts. All good, all good. Well, hopefully your 8-month-old child gets better soon, dude. I'm sorry to hear that they're sick at the moment. But yeah, we split, and this is a big memory for Fungal Waste for me, because this was the first major point where he went in his own direction, and the way that he went, he managed to get he managed to get the next major upgrade before me. Sadly, I was not butthurt, but I was just like, oh, please tell me, how did you get there? That was also, by the way, in case if you didn't know, that was Mantis Claw that he got. And I think such a great introduction to an area. It does the exact same thing as Forgotten Crossroads, City of Tears. However, it doesn't feel as safe as City of Tears. But there's something about it where it's very interchangeable. Again, with the three, these top four here are so interchangeable with each other. It makes me actually think I should put this down here, because they are very interchangeable. But for an area song that is just, I don't know, it just, again, makes you want to explore, makes you curious about the area, makes you want to find every crack and crevice, finding and fighting the giant mushroom dudes for the notch, for the charm notch, or eventually getting to Mantis Village. That was a fun place. I'm gonna pause here. Is decisive? It's decisive battle. Okay, wait, we'll do decisive battle quickly. I think decisive battle is when you fight the mushroom dudes, if I remember correctly, but there's several bosses in the game that utilize this. I think the structure is pretty well. It has the same structure as False Knight, so I can't really put it too far from False Knight in my opinion. That makes me really think. It's very interchangeable with the False Knight. It can go above or below. It's a good song, but I feel like at times I would prefer to listen to False Knight. It literally just sounds like a copy of False Knight. Well, it doesn't sound like a copy, but it sounds like it takes inspiration from False Knight. It's either that or vice versa. So for that, I think I'll just put it under False Knight for now. But it's great. It's more fast-paced though, and I do like that for boss fights. Oh, is it fast-paced? It's more around the same. Yeah, we'll put it under for now, but could change later. I think in terms of like the basic battles, because I'm pretty sure it's used for the two mushroom dudes to get the charm notch. It's not bad. It's really not bad. It puts pressure on the player for no reason, and you know, fair. You kind of need to put pressure on the player even if there's no pressure to be had in the fight. So for that, I guess I'll just put it, it's fine. It doesn't need to go lower, but it can't go high in my opinion. Soul Sanctum's up next, so we did City of Tears, we did Soul Sanctum. Job, how you doing? How you doing? Waste, Crystal Peak. Did I go to Crystal Peak my first playthrough right after Soul Sanctum? I think I went to Crystal Peak straight away. I'm hoping that the order relaxes a bit in the OST, because jumping around in the way that I went through the game is a bit brutal at the moment. But W tier list, yeah, we will eventually get through it. We're doing Silksong and the first game, so but I hope I don't offend anyone by my tier list. But it is my opinion. Let me know in the comments if you disagree with something. Crystal Peak. Okay. I fucking love Crystal Peak. But it feels so relaxing, but it also feels too relaxing for an area that is deadly. And I'm not saying that it needs to be changed, because it fits the area fine. Nothing needs to be changed, as far as Hollow Knight 1 especially. But it doesn't have that iconicism that Grim Path, Fungal Waste, City of Tears, Dirtmouth even has. I feel like it's great to explore. If you got rid of all the enemies and all the pressure of the enemies, but kept all the pressure of platforming in Crystal Peaks, maybe even put more pressure on the player when it gets to certain points in the soundtrack, I genuinely think, this would be just the perfect soundtrack for this area. But I'm not gonna lie, every time I go into Crystal Peaks, I misjudge it, and it could be partially due to the fact that this fucking OST is putting me to sleep. Freaking Christopher Larking is literally singing us a lullaby with this shit, and it's amazing. I'm pretty sure in 5 seconds it's gonna do its. It's gonna pick up as well. This is where you start getting to the major platforming section that leads to Crystal Heart, I believe. More than 5 seconds, sorry. 3, 2, 1. No? Where is it? Should be coming up. I want to cover this bit as well. It also is really nice that he used like wind. It sounds like wind chimes. I think that's pretty cool as well. Right. I think that this part reminds me. It kind of reminds me of something from Assassin's Creed, and I don't know why. But again, it's one of those moments where it's like it's putting pressure on you for no reason. And when you hear this, you feel like you have to keep up with beat. You feel like you have to keep up with the song. If you don't, you will die. And that shit is the thing that gets you killed. And this is the first part I feel like from the OST of Crystal Peak where it kind of drifts away from that I'm gonna put you to sleep type of bullshit. And again, I mentioned quickly, any song I put anywhere in the tier list doesn't mean it's necessarily bad. If it is bad, then I will probably specifically mention that it's bad. But, you know, Crystal Peak is absolutely peak. It's great. But yeah, I'm missing someone. Oh, an OST, I mean. Hang on, is it Decisive Battle? Does Crystal Dude have his own music? I don't know. I can't remember if he has his own music or whatnot. Okay, well, with that, I guess we'll go to Resting Grounds. I almost forget about Resting Grounds, which is bad because Resting Grounds is great. I think Resting Grounds is definitely very good. I don't like how everything is just at top. I swear we're eventually going to hit a point where things will start going down here. But you can see a theme, can't you? All the great music in my tier list is like mainly the calming stuff that can put you to sleep, or is like the safe areas. Like you got Resting Grounds, that is relatively safe. City of Tears is not necessarily safe, but it's still so calming, dude. It belongs in its own lo-fi playlist. But Resting Grounds, it's another point in the game where it's telling you you are making progress. That is City of Tears and Resting Grounds. And I think I love music that feels like it's telling you you're making progress. It's also another one that really tries to push for exploration. Is very mysterious. Like Resting Grounds is such a small area, and especially on surface, but once you do more drain nail stuff and get more essence and open up the little area to the grave area, you know, it just starts to feel like it expands, and that you're actually discovering something that hasn't been seen in ages. Especially with the doing Desolate Dive on the coffin, and then exploring that lower section, and then finding arguably potentially one of the most useless charms in Hollow Knight because of its charm cost. Its notch cost being Soul Eater. Soul Eater, people could turn around and say I'm a fool for rating it that way, but you will not change my mind. Soul Eater is only useless. It's useless and only useless because of its charm notch cost. If you were to drop it down to 3, it'd be one of the best charms in the game, I reckon. One of, but 4 notches, it's just not worth it. From Resting Ground, we get the Dream. What is that? Oh, the White Lady won't be there for like a while. Broken Vessel. I think actually I hadn't been to. Oh, the Dream. We should do the Dream first. Where's the Dream? Hmm. Hmm. I barely remember this. It's like one of these two. It's not bad. It's great for the Dream, especially the Dream Nail. To be honest, I think this is a song that when I'm walking to work and I'm listening to this playlist, I do skip. It, it's not bad. Would I consider it not? I mean, I skip it on my way to work. It doesn't mean it's bad. It's good for its location, but it's not good for listening to on like your walk to work. On a, by the way, an hour walk. So if I hear this even for like a second, I'm either gonna skip it or I'm just going to zone it out and try and think of theories of something. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in not music. It's good. It's good. I just don't think it's good to just listen casually. It's not lo-fi enough for me to want to listen to casually. What is Dream Battle? Oh, look, it's not bad. Wait, where is that on the list? I can't freaking see it. Hang on. Oh, Dream Battle there. Very repetitive. I also don't like the names of it. Like, to be honest, that it really feels rough putting it here. I feel like it's interesting. It's just it's used for every Dream Battle outside of like the Dreamers and whatnot. We're talking about the Dream Warriors specifically. I'm pretty sure it's used for every Dream Warrior, if I remember that correctly. And it just kind of feels a bit repetitive. It's great music for the fights that you're getting into, but compared to everything above, I don't know. Maybe it's above. I'll put it above. I'm thinking about it. I kind of want Reflections up a bit more too. Thinking about it, I'll put this here because this is a long. It doesn't feel entirely progressive as False Knight though, so yeah, I'm gonna keep it here. It's not bad again, but it's just it's not as strong as compared to the other some of the other songs. And actually, I might drop. Oh, maybe I might take that back because I'm hearing a couple other instruments that weren't in the start. Let's move that up a bit. I'm also maybe I might put Crystal Peaks under Soul Sanctum because I do love the organ vibe to Soul Sanctum. I love that. I love that spooky vibe. We're not doing White Palace yet. Sealed Vessel. No. Have we not come across the dreams yet? Well, we got Kingdom's Edge we need to do. Also, my eye out. And in progression, I'm pretty sure I did get to Kingdom's Edge before double jump, because I did the double jump skip without double jump to get to Hornet Stone. I think definitely worse than Crossroad. It feels grand. Feels like you have to rise. Feels mysterious, but in a way that you don't want to explore. It feels like it's mysterious for a reason. I don't know, it just feels like it's supposed to be left untouched. But it genuinely feels like it's, like, enticing you to explore. It's something I could imagine is like, the forbidden floor in Harry Potter in a sense. It's not the music, of course, but like, let's say you played Harry Potter and this was the music you would you played a Harry Potter game and you got to the forbidden floor and this was the thing that played. It genuinely feels like you should not be where you are. And that, for some reason, sort of feels like what the song is trying to portray. I don't know. It fits for Kingdom's Edge, but it's not really good to play. You know what? It is kind of... I'm split because it's not bad, but in terms of everything, I do need to fill up the space. Plus, we're also comparing this to Forgotten Crossroads. I love Forgotten Crossroads in comparison to it. For now, we'll put it in boring, although I hate how it's saying boring. We might change the names of the actual tiers themselves, because, you know, I'm just going off of the color and where I feel they should go. But again, I'm not a big fan of this one. It's, I guess, better than Dream. It goes a bit longer than, well, it's about the same time as Dream, but it's not that great. So yeah, you go through Kingdom's Edge. I didn't get to Deep Nest until after Mantis Lords, which was actually some time after getting to City of Tears, so I did kind of rank them out in a weird order. Let's move on to how do you feel like they fit the place? Broken Vessel. What have I done, Broken Vessel? No, I probably would have done let's just get it out of the way. Where is it? Maybe I did Broken Vessel first. Let's do Broken Vessel. Okay. Where's Broken Vessel? Right here. Very slow. Does build up. But feels like a darker, sinister tone. And it pretty much is a darker, sinister tone of the Enter Hollowness song. As a boss OST, I can't remember if it picks up. We'll wait till it picks up, if it does pick up. But I do like the implications. I do prefer the upbeat boss tracks compared to this, but I do love the story implications. And in some sense, if we were talking purely story, I absolutely love Broken Vessel's OST. It does take a higher spot than a lot of these because of its story implications. But it does feel slow. It at least has the build-up to it. But in comparison, I think I still almost prefer the False Knight over it. And it is a bit repetitive with the it's, and I think it's probably meant to be that way, which, again, if it's in, it's fine, then, you know, it's definitely not that interesting, because it is very interesting. Again, we're probably going to change the names, so it fits better, but I can't rank it over False Knight or Enter Hellenist, and for that I'm going to keep it here. We already listened to this, let's do... We probably did Dung Defender, and I'm going to now do Dung Defender. Alright, best of the bosses. Fun, wacky, playful, upbeat, and I'm pretty sure it is progressive as well. Does definitely take the cake of pretty cool. Does it go into an A+. Yeah, no, it has to. It's above Resting Grounds. Is it above Dirtmouth? No, I would prefer to listen to Dirtmouth. I do love the chill vibes of Dirtmouth, but our first boss, OST, being a very good, which is great. I would listen to this in my own time because it is fun. It's you know, if you just want to be happy for no reason, then this, and plus, this is a great way to just hear some lines in your head, like, you're a boss. No, thunder. We love Thunder Thunder, and the same can be said for his OST. This is a White Defender OST, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, this deserves an A. This deserves an A. Prove me wrong. We'll let it play out, and then we'll get to Nosk. However, I think we've done everything up to this point, except for Queen's Gardens, White Lady. We'll save those for later, because obviously, in progression of the game, we haven't gotten to that point. We gotta do Nosk. Nosk is an interesting one. I think it might fall into same predicament as Broken Vessel, but it's a very unique, very spooky, and I love the spooky vibes. I do like the... Oh, actually... That's very repetitive. For one fight, it's okay, but like just listening to it outside of the game, that's another thing I'm ranking it for, so... and for, like, the being my most liked, so... It's definitely better than Broken Vessel, I think. And it's progressive. It's so spooky, and I love the spookiness. And, like, this is also coming from, like, an area that doesn't have any fucking music. So that it just makes me kind of want to, like... Oh, it's fitting that it's actually with Hornet, because you do fight a version of Nosk, Wing Nosk, that disguises itself as Hornet. So thinking about it, it's only fitting that Nosk actually sits next to Hornet. I do think it's great, and it is a little repetitive with the but I wouldn't change it because it works for the fight, and it's only for the one fight. So why change it if it works, right? There's no point changing it. Also, Royal Waterways? Have you not listened to Royal Waterways? Is there even a Royal Waterways soundtrack? I'm gonna have to pull up YouTube. Hang on a second. Because I'm seeing Royal Waterways and Deepness, so maybe Deepness did have a soundtrack. Deepness. Ambience. Oh, can you hear this? You cannot. Hang on. Let me... Wait, you should be able to. Catch your audio. Let's quickly... Hang on, I'll put it back here. Can you hear that? Use can. Okay. Alright, so it's not a part of the OST, so I don't know exactly why they included it, but I'm kind of thankful. I wouldn't listen to it in my own time. I would not. This shit would freak me out. It's peak spookiness. I don't want to put it above Forgotten Crossroads, but I feel like putting it below Forgotten Crossroads is doing an injustice. I genuinely think if I'm rating Soul Sanctum for its spookiness, this is where my logic just falls apart because it deserves a high spot. Let's be honest. It's not a part of the OST, but if we're ranking it for what it is specifically, I would never listen to this while walking to work. This shit will be skipped in like milliseconds. Why would I want to fucking hear this shit on my walk to work? I feel like I'm being followed at that point. So, you know, no for that. However, Christopher Larkin really just genuinely is way too fucking good at this shit. Like every time, like if you were to rid yourself of all abilities except for the necessity, but then one's no, okay, Ja. Well, I hope you have a good day, and if you return, then I'll see you when you get back. But yeah, if you give yourself just the basic abilities, no charms, to be able to traverse through Deep Mist, then you know that should be the creepiest shit ever. Um, and I think for that, maybe it's very interchangeable. It's like here, but it's also here. Like I genuinely love ambience like this. So that's out of the way. Let's quickly check. Oh, we got the dreams as well. Oh wait, what? Oh, Dreams is a. Hang on, Dreams is in the soundtrack. It's just in a different spot. Why is it in this spot? Okay, that's interesting. Where's the Dreamers? It's got a lot of story implications. But it falls flat. It's just. It's music, but it's just. It's better than Kingdom's Edge, but it's. Oh, we're not rating that yet. Because we all know where that's going. If you don't agree with that placement, then get it. No, I'm joking. um, it's genuinely my favorite OST in the entire soundtrack. Uh, we have that. Oh no, which is the credit scene. We got White Defender, which I guess we'll quickly listen to. Oh yeah. No, if Dung Defender was great, then White Defender is just, it has to belong with it. I do love White Defender's OST so much. Oh, there's also Daughter of Hellenist, which that should have been ranked with where's it? Kingdom's Edge, technically speaking. So we'll rank that in a second. Very progressive, and it does lose its fun factor, but it does get its more serious mark, and it's more, I guess, lore tone to it. And for that, it has to go with White Defender, because it's just another variant of the song, done well enough and differently enough, at least it feels, to be worth listening to. I hear both of these, and I won't skip any of them, even if it's back to back. They both deserve to be listened to. I am going to skip ahead a little. I don't remember hearing this part super often. It is a long song though, but it's a great song. Okay. And then we'll catch up on with Daughter of Hellenist. Until it finishes. Apologies. Nice. Okay, I might have gotten it wrong before. I think this was the one in the trailer. Hang on, I need to listen to Hornet again. Yeah, okay, so it's the more simplified. I do definitely think this is probably the better version. And for good reason. You can't blame me for feeling this way because it genuinely feels genuinely good. I can't see Hornet Solace too. The Daughter of Hellenist is what I mean, by the way. Why can't I see it? Oh, it's here because I moved it far. Definitely up here. It feels like one of the OSTs you would hear for Silksong. I don't know. It feels right. It's like, I guess, very interchangeable with the. I feel like I would listen to it more than the Defender ones. However, I guess it could change, and if it does change, it's interchangeable in the sense that it goes either above or below both of them. Both of them have to stick together, in my opinion. Well, for now, let's put it above. It is the boss fight with the most enjoyable listening experience, alongside White and Dung Defender. And we now move on to what next? I should just rank them as I. Should I rank them? Oh, Royal Waterways. I'm gonna stop it there. Hey, Gaming Brian, how you doing? Yeah, no, I know. I did just see that before. That's why I've got YouTube and Spotify open. Oh, this. I don't know how this makes me feel. I actually forget that this one exists. I feel like it's very on par with Kingdom's Edge and Dreamers, where it's just not. It's not bad. Like in none of the songs so far, and I don't think any of the songs are bad. Yeah, yeah, no, totally agreed. Is this literally all it is? That's literally all. Okay, for the fact that it feels extremely short, that would be why it is not officially in the soundtrack. That sounded a bit different to before, but interesting. I want to keep it in green tier because I feel like that might be the most fitting. I genuinely don't think it's worse than Kingdom's Edge. Although, oddly enough, all the music for the scrapped Red Coral Gorge area still remains in Silksong's files. Yes, I do actually know about that. And if it existed, and was on this tier list, it would probably be ranked fairly high because it sounds beautiful and matches the area so much, in my opinion. Um, but yeah, Hollow Knight with vocals, oh, nah, 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 nah. Bro. Um, I guess we. Oh, wait, what's Infected Crossroads? Hang on. We'll do this as well. Crossroads. Oh. I do. Okay, look. If we're gonna rank Infected Crossroads, it has to go with Forgotten Crossroads. It has same energy, except it has more. I don't know how to describe it. It just feels like you're not welcome anymore. I don't know. It's good, but for my bias reasons, I would probably personally prefer Forgotten Crossroads. I do like Forgotten Crossroads, although I do like the whole aquarium undersea vibes that it gives. So it has the ability to be above Forgotten Crossroads, but we're ranking it for now below. Um. Oh, we could do the Hive now too, right? By this point, I probably. Oh, Distant Village! I forgot about Distant. No, we'll quickly also do Distant Village. Get all the early areas out of the way. Distant Village. Oh no, this is Deep Nest. I thought this was Mantis Village. I forgot that this exists in the game. For creepy factors. Ah, it's very interesting, but it's very short. It sounds like something that would be in the back rooms. I love it for lore and, well, not really lore, but for the vibes that it gives. It is horrifying. It's definitely not in second last tier, but I don't see it being above Forgotten Crossroads. However, I do absolutely love this. If I, like, I would make a special tier for this. I should just make a special tier for the spooky ones. Not the best, but it's spooky. And we love spooky. Also, obviously, we don't need to listen to it. However, we are going to listen to it because why not? We'll rank it right now. Wait, is that the same as... Is that the same? That almost sounds very similar somehow. I do like it, but again, another one of those things where it's just not going to be very high because it's not really something that you're going to be listening to in your spare time. However, I mean, there's exceptions. It is very iconic and is very spooky. I think but you hear it so often, right? Something's calling out to me to putting it here, and a part of me wants to put it here because it's iconic. But I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna trust my guts and put it here. It's not something I would really listen to, and I guess that's the same for Deepness. However, I do think Deepness deserves its place just because of how well it serves its purpose in the game. I might not listen to it, but it is probably one of the best ambients for selling that creep factor. There's nothing else in the game that I think can really match it. Nosk may get a bit close because its boss fight, it puts pressure on the player for no reason. But I don't know. The shade theme is just really short. I also don't like the name of the tiers because it not that interesting is not the way I would describe shade theme. I do the shade theme as a vibe. Yeah, no, it's I thought you were talking about a tier for a second there. The shade theme is great. It's just such a complicated thing to rank because I mean I guess I could I mean see when I listen to music it's either when I'm streaming or I'm gonna actually play a little bit of the Daughter Hellenist continuously. When I play music, it's either on stream when I'm sleeping or when I'm walking to work. And the shade thing does not fit any of those purposes. Like, imagine just joining a streamer and they're just hang on, I do have to pause it again. Holy shit. Just imagine joining someone's stream, you see it as like, oh, this looks like a fun stream, and they're just like playing this in the background while playing Call of Duty. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing? It is great. It's such a vibe, but it's a spooky vibe, and I love it. I definitely will be probably playing some of the spooky vibes from this game when it comes to Halloween, but I don't see myself really. Where's the spooky vibe? Look, okay. How about this? I will meet in the middle because I do think these two do deserve this spot to be a bit higher. It feels wrong. Also, Dream Battle, I said it was repetitive. This was also a bit repetitive. Well, we'll put these here. We'll drop these down. Actually, to be honest, I would probably prefer to drop these lower, thinking about it. Broken Vessels sound... Oh. Dun, 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 dun. I do... we'll put it there. It's great. It has lore implications. It's the dark, twisted version of Enter Hellenist, which is cool, but I don't know. I prefer these in this tier over these two being in the tier above. However, I do think I'll put this here because of the fact that it's got that progressive element and it feels great for the boss fights. Alright, I can't see shit. We got Sealed Vessel, we got Hollow Knight, that's credits. We got Queen's Gardens, we got the Hive with Colosseum is the Colosseum again. Oh, bro. I might actually have to, sadly, call off the other tier list because I didn't realize this was going to take so long. Not gonna lie. Maybe we could do like a Friday tier list thing. Maybe. I'll do the other tier list then. Colosseum of Fools, that's how I spell Colosseum. I'm absolutely stupid. Oh, fools. Is there... I'm guessing it's talking about, like, the... Okay. You know, probably would listen to this in my spare time, not gonna lie. Oh, it sounds so good, though. Where do I put it? I'm getting a mixed vibe. I like want to put it everywhere. Need to like just right-click, copy and paste, and then put it in each tier. It gives off all the vibes. I feel like it's cheating since there's like apparently different intensity level versions of it, but I guess for the sake of ranking this. Well, the progressive sound, that's the thing that makes it like comparable to False Knight. However, the Dream Battles have the same thing. We're gonna put it here for now because it is just repetitive still, and that's something that I'm not a massive fan of when in terms of just a standard listening experience. But it's not bad. Again, no song is necessarily bad in my opinion. At the moment at least, it's great and it has vibes. Should play it through. But I think I'd prefer to listen to Forgotten Crossroad and Infected Crossroad over it. So we'll keep it there. Do we have the Hive? We got Hive Knight, but not the Hive. Oh, that's annoying. What's the Hive song again? Oh, it's not gonna load. Haha, thank you. Bro, I'm gonna fucking slide my internet. Hive Knight lyrics? No. My body, my muscles. Oh. Okay. Probably the better of these. Actually, I even go as far as to say it's comparable to Forgotten Crossroads. Maybe even better. It's got like a sort of what is it? What's a hypnotizing feel to it. Sounds like something you would hear in like a spirit level or something. Sounds otherworldly. Kind of like that, not gonna lie. The other ones, for the most part, I believe we can listen to. Oh, except for this one, right? Yeah. Truth and Beauty. We've got that here. So Nightmare Lantern is the thing that I'm needing. And that's the last one that we should have to search for on YouTube for now. Apparently it's the third one. Oh no, no, hang on, it is on the soundtrack. I just completely skipped over it apparently. Interesting. Okay, yeah, I'm an idiot. Oh. Okay. I had to just listen to things. Okay. Uh, so specifically for the Nightmare Lantern, brother, this is going above the best. And then maybe even Soul Sanctum. I fucking love. I froth. Can we do Pale Court next? I'm saving Pale Court because I'm pretty sure if you're going to rank it in a place that most people rank it, then you'll probably like where I'm going to place it. I'm just kind of savoring Pale Court because it is my favorite. It is probably my favorite in the entire series. So it's a little unfair to jump straight to Pale Court when we obviously know where it's going. We know where it's going. It's not going anywhere under anywhere under certain tiers. Um we could do Pale Court though. I can do Pale Court. Let me do the Nightmare King stuff and then I'll do Pale Court. Because I really want to do Nightmare King stuff. So Nightmare Lantern, very short song. The start of it's not really all that listenable, but you get to that bit and it's just like, oh dude, I love like, oh man, the I'm sad that we don't really get to rank it as its own song because you got wait, is his name Grum? I don't know. Who's the dude with the not the bagpipes? Accordion. Hang on, that's what it is. I probably spelled that wrong. Okay, bro, why do we not have a thing for us to rank, bro? This is like, this would be like so top tier. Hang on. I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I'm adding my own fucking song because, bro, Grum deserves it. Where's my screenshots? Where's my screenshots? There we go. He deserves a place on this fucking tier list. You cannot tell me that this doesn't, like, I love this to the point where I'm putting it in fucking S. This shit walking into the Grim Trip tent, like, I was thinking I was gonna be putting Nightmare King Grim in S. But no, you know what? This shit, Grum's fucking intro music to Grim Trip is just fucking god tier. Let's be honest with ourselves. This is just so good. We love Grum's character, and it's just so good. It's circus-like. It just I don't know what else to say. If you disagree, that's fine. We're all allowed our own opinions. If you think I have a wrong opinion, I probably do. But I don't fucking care. Grum belongs up here. We love Grum. Okay, we'll do Grim Trip. See, I'm gonna be like, S tier, this for sure. Such a
Cupidus
thank you,
just
Cupid.
followed.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it. I would rank Grim Trip up here, but I'm afraid I'm gonna skip to Nightmare King Grim. And it's just like instantly, definitely my favorite boss fight in the entire game, I reckon. But which one's better? Because I don't want to put both in S tier. That feels like cheating. But they're very progressive as well. Isn't Nightmare King like all? No, it's a bit different, and it gets more aggressive. Okay, I'm fuck. The S tier is gonna be absolutely bombarded with all the bullshit from me. These two are so interchangeable, and dude, I gotta put them in S. Green Path. Do I drop you? I'll keep Green Path in S for now because I still think Green Path is the best of the area soundtracks in my personal opinion, except for Grum because Grum is technically an area soundtrack. Um, but there's something about the Grim Trip stuff. The only one that just falls like really low is Nightmare Lantern. I say really low. I mean the lowest for the Grim Trip stuff. Um, and that's just because it's so short, and plus we cheated and added Grum's accordions a segment to the tier list. But we had to because bro, why aren't we ranking Grum's little thing, Grum's accordion, right? Like I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna cheat with that because we're going to do the same for Silksong. We're gonna rank Chakra and Shermon, unless if they have it here. I'm gonna write because they do not have it here. I'm a fucking right. That's fine. We're gonna rank it anyway. Um. Anyway. For now, we're gonna keep that here. We will change it later if I feel like I do need to, but we'll keep it there. And I guess ranking Pale Court is fine because it's not in the game. And if we're talking about like the mod, this as a main menu thing, whenever because I never unload the Pale Court mod. I always keep it loaded for my modded instance. And having this as the main menu thing is just so nice. In all honesty, it is literally again, it's S. It is S. And it deserves S. If anything, I would like to make a separate tier for these two, just because of how much I actually genuinely love these two. Pale Court, so beautiful. And look, I'm gonna get a copyright strike, but Reese, however I'm supposed to pronounce your name, I apologize, but I will play it just for like a moment, just to let people hear. I won't play too much of it because I'm going to absolutely get rushed by a copyright thing on not a copyright strike, but you know, it's gonna be like, oh, your video is blocked in some countries, and I'm gonna be like, oh fuck. I played it for like 5 seconds. What do you mean? So Pale Court, that was also what I'm about to play is not counting towards the tier list, but the metal version of it by Rice. I will send his thing quickly. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Give me 1 second. Copy link to artist. This is gonna send to YouTube and Twitch. I highly recommend him if you like metal and if you like Hollow Knight. I am currently trying to look for it, so give me 1 second. Apologies. I don't know why I can't find it. It's literally somewhere in this section. Here it is. It is such a good cover of the Hollow Knight playlist. I highly recommend listening to his Into the Abyss album. But this cover and the actual Pale Court song, top of the OST for me, always. Such a great song. We'll wait a little bit, and just sounds so good. And honestly, I wish it was in game. Legitimately, it's too good, man. Anyway, we'll go back to Pale Court just for a brief time. Actually, speaking of which, I am sad that this wasn't added into the game in an afterthought after it was made. Because of the fact that I read on Reddit someone had an idea for you go through White Palace and you hear this. You hear this. Just the tame version of Pale Court. Very nice, and we'll drink this while we're here. Definitely going in A, and it has to be put with White Defender as well. I think above it. Very relaxing. I love it. You hear this throughout the entire White Palace. So beautiful, so grand. But then let's skip to wait, close to it. There, okay. Then we get to Path of Pain. We go through Path of Pain, and I can't really rank Path of Pain on its own because it's a part of a different song, but we will boost we will give Sealed Vessel points for the Path of Pain stuff. Because it's a part of the song, right? But you go to Path of Pain, and the idea was you listen to White Palace, go to Path of Pain, hear this portion of Sealed Vessel, and then you beat Path of Pain, and then you are rewarded with White Palace having Pale Court as its OST instead of White Palace. That is a genius. That is a genius idea. Reward the player with not just like an item, but reward like an unusable hunt journal item, but reward them with a new soundtrack that can only be heard once you beat Path of Pain, which is great. I don't know why I love that, but I love that so much. And with Sealed Vessel, since we're here, we'll also rank this. Again, give it points for having Path of Pain. I genuinely love Path of Pain. It's progressive. It deserves to be high on my list, I reckon. And the amount of times I fucking dumb Path of Pain, you'd think I'd get sick of it, but it's always so nice. It also is another song that goes against my logic, just like Deep Nest and like Nightmare Lantern, because it's very repetitive. However, I don't know, there's something about it that just feels great. But that's specifically to the Path of Pain portion of it. Because when listening to the actual Sealed Vessel OST, there's so much more to it. It's very, very progressive. And I actually thinking about it. I'm ranking it for the Path of Pain stuff. But I rank it higher. Oh, dude, it's so sad. I remember tearing up when watching the cutscene. I was like, no, wait. He's dead? No, he can't be. Or, he's trapped? No, please. Bro. I have a fan that's getting stuck down. Okay. Oh, this one's specifically to the Sealed Siblings ending, I believe. But, like, as much as Hollow Knight's not a super emotional game, it's one of those games where it's just like, you stick with the character, you fall in love with the character. He doesn't talk, he doesn't have really much of a personality, but we give him a personality. He's basically us in some sense, but then he becomes more than that, I guess. And that's sort of what Sealed Vessel is. I guess we just give it more meaning. But in terms of everything in the fight, yeah, no, it definitely, I think it definitely deserves top of A. It's great. I would even put it into S if it wasn't because of these. I kind of want to do the unforbidden, the forbidden thing, and move this down and swap it out. Because I do actually kind of like it more than Green Path. For now, we'll keep it like that. I might change it back. I might change it back if I regret it. Okay. Yeah, no. Ah, I hate to do this to the Grim Trip stuff. But I'm gonna put it above the Grim Trip stuff. The Grim Trip stuff is great. But this just has so many layers to it. So different. Such a different combination of sounds in one song. The Grim Trip is great. To some extent. But even then, I probably would eventually actually put these down here somewhere. Because of the fact that we already have something from Grim Trip. We've got the Brum's accordion or accordion Brum. So, you know. And then I guess from here, let's do Radiance. Oh, we haven't done. Wait. Let's skip that quickly. We haven't done Queen's Gardens. Queen's Gardens, definitely going to be. It's a mix between like Green Path and Fungal. I can't put it anywhere lower than that. But for that, I'm seeing like a build up here. But we've got the Silksong stuff, and the Silksong stuff is gonna. I know there's a lot of misses with Silksong specifically, so we'll look at it after. We'll see what we feel. Might even actually. I don't like the not music title. We'll get to it later though. I can't see a world where I rank this lower. I might be able to like push these lower. Actually, in fact, I might be able to push this past here. Not going below Crystal Peak, but it might even push these guys up. Okay, that's it for now. I do love Queen's Gardens. It's always a treat to go to Queen's Gardens and hear this. Then we got the White Lady. Which is a pale song. Pale being type of song. It's just gonna be so hard because it's another one that I want to rank high. Obviously, we're gonna do some cleanup later. Like, this is too messy up top. But, like, they all feel like they deserve the high tiers. Yeah, no, this is very peaceful. It deserves high, like, at least with Queen's Gardens, but maybe even higher. It's just really slow. It's more. I don't know. I'm split. Do I put it here or do I put it here? Because this is actual music I would listen to. I would listen to this, sure. I'd be happy to listen to this, but this shit's gonna put me to sleep quicker than this shit. This is quite literally like a little music box that puts you to sleep. But that doesn't mean it doesn't deserve the placement, so we'll keep it at top of A. I want to put Dung Defender lower. Man. But it might have to. We got Radiance. We'll do Radiance now, finally. Is Radiance's theme the same as Absrad? Interesting. Oh, my fucking computer turned itself off. The laptop turned itself off. Great. Oh, look. Wait a minute. So I'm gonna have to move that there. Okay. So, Radiance... Fuck. Where do I put this? Where do I put this, chat? Where would you put this, chat? Because it's got a lot of depth. It's got a lot of... It's got a lot of things that would put it up here, in all honesty. Somehow, like, most of the bosses have... Oh, go yourself, laptop. Why do you do that to me, bro? Anyway, I guess for now we'll put it here, because I do oh. Yeah, it is a good song, though. I do genuinely enjoy listening to this. I've heard this, like, about 1,000,000 times, though, let's be honest. Doing the Absred grind, and then doing the Pantheon 5 Absred grind. Like, I've heard this so much. I've heard this, like, for 3 full streams straight when I was doing the 12 hours a day, 12 hours a day stream. So, thank you, you useless fucking laptop, randomly turning off on me. There we go, that should come on in a second. And then the Hollow Knight. Where am I putting this? Oh, my eyes are burning like frick. I lost it. There. I don't know if it belongs up anywhere in these 3 tiers. It is great. Maybe up above this. It is like the main theme of the game. This is the menu theme, I think, right? Yeah, I'll put it in very good. It's the menu theme. You gotta respect the menu theme, and it is amazing. Maybe I'll put it here below this actually. I won't just be a suck up. I'll put it where I feel like it actually belongs. Above that. No, very interchangeable with this actually. I'm not gonna lie. Because I can't tell if it should go above or below this. Like, I literally can't tell. These two are just equals. This is just great because, you know, bro. Hive Knight. Hive Knight is great. Is it progressive? Bro. Fuck off, compute. Oh, I'm gonna fucking have an aneurysm. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna put it above False Knight. It sounds a bit like False Knight, but it sounds like a more grand knight. One that will be a struggle. False Knight is not really a struggle. Yeah, I think it's definitely a lot better. Actually, would even go as far as to say it's better than Hornet. Right? Yeah. You know what? I'll say it's even to a degree better than Mantis Lords. I don't know, the vibes of it is really selling me. I'm really vibing with it. We still have, like, the entire OST for freaking Silksong, by the way, which is concerning. And then it's just pretty much the same thing. Okay, that's over. And we've got this one. Is this just Pantheon? I'm pretty sure. Oh no, this could be possibly Pantheon. No, this is Grey Prince Zoe. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Grey Prince Zoe. Is it? Oh, we all hate Grey Prince Zoe, but it's just one of those things where it just feels right to be placed there. I think for that fact, I'm gonna actually lower stuff. I hate to do it to you, Crystal Peak. Tier list is actually sort of coming along a little bit more. The more we progressively change things around a little bit. There's my chat. Just in case if someone sends a message. Do I still agree with that? Yeah, I do. I do think it deserves the spot, like, interchangeable with, Hive Knight. Very progressive, got a lot to it. I think for that fact that it just deserves to be up here. Not music. I've heard it too much. No, I'm joking. I've heard this shit way too much, especially on the Pantheon 5 grind. This shit drove me so fucking insane. Oh, god, dude. But it's great. If I'm being honest, it does deserve pretty much like a top spot. Yeah, I don't think it's better than White Defender, but it is a treat listening to Gods and Glories, especially when you're not playing the game. You don't go as insane listening to it when you're not playing the game. But it's definitely great. I can't lie. I'm glad I dropped, Actually, I think I'm going to drop Mantis Lords in a second. We'll get Godhome going. I'm actually just rushing a bit through it because the time is going by pretty quickly. It's been 2 hours. Oh yeah. Very nice, very chill, very sleepy. And for that fact, I'm gonna put it at boring, sadly. It's not bad. Again, things that go into boring, mainly you will see a trend. They're all like very, I guess, tame, if you will. They're not boring exactly. It's just these are the default names. But God Home, it's just there for ambience. It's very different in comparison to Deepness though as well. Deepness has that spooky horror feeling where it almost doesn't even have a an OST in the background, almost, but there is one. But it's just so quiet that it just sounds creepy and terrifying. Whereas God Home in itself is, I don't know, it's probably some of the better ones of like the areas like Kingdom's Edge or Royal Waterways or the Dreamers or the Dream. Like, yeah, to a degree, I'm actually gonna drop these down here. I do think that these two are the better of these. So that fact, I'm gonna drop a whole bunch of these down here, thinking about it. Like, they're great. I'm not saying anything about them not being great, but you know, I'm definitely gonna have to change up the names of this. Once we get to the Silksong stuff, I will be looking into making sure. Plus, I have to put Mantis Lords down just a little bit because of this one. Which I usually like keeping boss soundtracks together, but this one definitely deserves to be up here somewhere. What's the difference between the original soundtrack, actually? Oh yeah, you can definitely hear the difference. It's very God Home-esque. I think that definitely adds a major difference between the two as well. I think for that fact, definitely deserves to be in pretty cool compared to Mantis Lords. Mantis Lords is great, but in comparison to Sisters of Battle, Mantis Lords is mid. And that's not Mantis Lord's fault. That's just you obviously gotta admit to the better version, right? Sadly. But yeah, we also have Haunted Foes. I almost actually this one is a serious one. I almost want to put this at the very bottom because of the fact that you would get to, in the Pantheon 5 grinds, you would get to No Eyes, and it's not that No Eyes is difficult, it's more the fact that No Eyes is slow, and you just want to just get back to the end of Pantheon 5. This fight really drove me insane. I don't even think it's any better than... I do think it actually does belong down here. Does it get any better than this, what I'm listening to now? It stays here, but no, I'll put it in that tier. It's hard for me to do that, but it's not the best. It's a personal vendetta against it, but you know, Fury's Gods, not bad. I do genuinely like this. It's gonna be like in this tier or maybe in this tier somewhere. Feels very grand. Oh, is that the last? Yeah, that's kind of the last. Hang on. I'll do justice for it. I kind of hear it for a long time, and it is pretty repetitive. I'll put it here, as much as I don't want to split Sisters of Battle and Mantis Lords. And then, what looks to be sort of the last song for the main OST, actually. The last song for the main OST. Pure Vessel. It serves its purpose, I won't lie. I don't think it's bad, but I don't think... It's not something I'd listen to 100%, but I can't rank it any lower than this. I think it deserves its placement. Also, I can now move this back over here. Hey dude, how you doing? I do not see tacos on this tier list. Tacos? What do you mean by tacos? We can't rank this song either, sadly. As much as I do want to, but if we were to rank it, the Pale Court stuff, obviously we got the main menu, which is Pale Court, S tier for sure. We've got Hegemol, we've got Ismar, we've got Zemer, and then we've got Dryer. We also have Tisso. They definitely do not belong anywhere under very good. Honest, they all deserve the top tiers. They feel so right at home when it comes to Hollow Knight. So for that fact, I would rank them there, but we're not going to rank them because that is cheating. It's a modern song, not a vanilla song. The Eternal Ordeal. Oh. Wait, is this a mix? Hang on, I don't know if this... No, it's that. I was listening to the correct one. Oh wait, maybe not. Hang on. If I just do this. Oh, it is quite literally that. So I could have just listened to this. It seems like the volume is a bit unbalanced in this particular one though. But it's fine. It is really funny. It is really funny. I kind of want to rank it high just for no reason. It is really funny. It deserves a really high spot because it's so dumb, and it's Zote. We hate Zote, but this is like the best version of Zote's theme. I hate the Eternal Ordeal, but fuck it, we're gonna leave it there. I don't know if people are gonna hate me for that decision, but we love Zote. He sounds so dumb with this. It's not the best in terms of the Zote ones. I do think the best of the Zote ones is the Eternal Ordeal. And I do think Hollow Knight and its main menu theme counterpart is much better than this. However, this is just funny. It's funny and it deserves like that center spot. My fucking lord. So, time to look at it, look at the list, and see if we agree with this. Definitely going to wipe out the comments because I feel like they've been influencing me. So we got S, we got A, B, C, D, E, F. We're just gonna do basic tiers because frickin' the comments are influencing me. The little, not comments as not chat, but I mean like the little side name things, whatever you call it, the tier names. Okay, cheating time. At a row above, we're gonna color that purple. No, we're coloring that red because we need to color this one purple. Which purple? Oh, but pink is better. I always do this whenever I make tier lists. They deserve the highest of marks. Top 3 for the Hollow Knight 1 game. Which means I can do now a top 5 by these terms. Do I really think this? What's White Lady again? I'm gonna have to have a quick listen to White Lady. I think I remember the White Lady, but the problem with White Lady in comparison to it's so relaxing in comparison to everything. I think the Radiance, as good as it is... No, that's wrong. Okay, that, and then the more aggressive stuff, because I do like the chill stuff. However, I wouldn't be opposed to dropping these again. As much as I love Nightmare King Grimm's boss fight, and I think the OST is perfect for it, I don't think that necessarily means it deserves the S tier spot. The boss fight deserves S tier, but the soundtrack itself is just genuinely aggressive. Great to listen to. But, you know, for that fact, I think it has its own... It has its limits to a degree. Which then I'm gonna have to put my favorites up here, in all honesty. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to do that, as much as I don't want to. but I have no choice. I really have no choice because of the fact that the boss fight musics, they sound like boss fight musics in comparison to Green Path, City of Tears, Dirtmouth. These are just unbeatable in my opinion. You've got also White Lady, and you've got Sealed Vessel, which all five of these are so fucking interchangeable, and they're very interchangeable with Below. However, I can't see a world where I can turn around and say these don't belong in this. And I know I cheat with certain things. I cheated with this by adding accordion drums theme. However, this should be included if we're including shit like, um, where is it? I can't find it now. If we're including Royal Waterways, if we're including, Distant Village or Shade theme, they're not in the actual OST, so I'm going to include my own thing by including accordion drum. In comparison to everything, definitely best. Pale Court, in terms of songs, Pale Court is the best. But like, these just belong in top three for me. I just can't. So, do I agree with everything that's here? Reflection, calming and whatnot. I still feel that this should not be as low as it is. It's like the middle of the line. I can't like it can be lower than the Hollow Knight by Zoe, but everything else is just sort of lower than it. And as again, as much as I like Crystal Peaks, I will boost it up to here. It's just the song itself is calming, but for its area, it's a weird spot for it to be in. However, I will boost it up to here because I don't think it belongs in here looking at it. It gives me a better sense of, do I think it belongs higher or lower than Soul Sanctum? Do I think it belongs higher or lower than Enter Hollownest? And, there's just certain things where I'm just like, I can't really have certain things above and below. Forgotten Crossroads, I don't really want it this low. I'll put it here because Forgotten and Infected are great. And then you've got just the bosses that just don't feel. Can't have this that low either. As much as I don't want to change too much of this. Very impactful. It does have meaning, but it's boss music and it feels like boss music. And there, I can't remember where I heard this from, but Pure Vessel's OST and Pale Court were both made at the same time. Team Train mentioned something to Christopher Larkins, at least from what I've heard. It might be a Mandela effect, but I remember hearing something about, I think it was Christopher Larkin talking, saying that he made them both sort of together, for and they were both meant to be made for like a pale, for the for like a pale white palace themed type of place. And obviously the pure vessel theme was used, but the pale court was made alongside that. I don't know if that's 100% true. I can't remember where I got that source of information from. But if that's the case, in all honesty, I don't know. It's just the comparison of which ones I like more, I guess. And I've definitely listened to a lot of these above these. All right. Am I happy with this? I think I am happy with this. Because as much as I like these, again, I must say, nothing in this tier list I would consider bad. Everything in this tier list is great. Maybe except for some of the bottom ones that are a bit semi-boring-ish. But like they're for ambience. You have to have these, even if they're even if they are going to be used to be listened to, like in people's free time outside of the game, which is totally fine. I think they work for what they are. It's just I personally enjoy other songs over it. So that's the tier list um for Hollow Knight on its own. But let's see. We've got like I'm getting really tired really quickly. Let's move on to Silksong now. Antiphon, there it is. I would rank this separately, but I'm going to rank them together because I want to see, in comparison, what I would rank these as. And I think as an introduction to Enter Fallen, it is completely different to Enter Hellenist. It's literally a way to hype the player up into getting into the Silksong. I remember waiting for it and then seeing the trailer and then starting the game up for the first time, and then just this song gets you so hyped. And then getting to, isn't it exiting the void? Exiting the abyss, you hear this? And it's just like, oh my fucking lord. This song is just absolutely peak. I genuinely enjoy listening to it this much. I think S. It's somewhere in S. Oh no, but I might disagree with that eventually. We'll put it top of A for now, because I'm thinking of other songs that are coming up. Trust my gut. I'll put it in bottom of S. S is going to be a little bit clustered, but we've still got the entire soundtrack to go. My back hurts so much. Plus, there's so much to it, so much build-up, so much that is different throughout the entire song. It's not like anything in the rest of the Hollow Knight 1 song soundtrack that just feels repetitive. This might be a bit of a complicated one because this is like Green Path. But I don't see this being higher than Enter Fallen. I'm split. Also, the metal version from Rise. Again, in the comments, I sent it recently. We'll listen to this for a little bit and then I'll show off Rice's version. But this as a metal song, believe it or not, is like so good. It is one of the coolest metal songs in the Silksong Part 1 metal cover album that Rice did. So much just works. And like this part coming up in the metal song is just incredible. But this is so nice in comparison. I just don't think it has the same weight. It really doesn't have the same weight as I definitely think it's higher than Queen's Gardens. I feel like it might be higher than Queen's Gardens. But I also feel like it should be with Green Path. We'll put it here for now though, because I'm feeling a big part of me is telling me that I need to put it here, and especially on White Palace. So let's look for Rice quickly. Actually, no, I can just go straight to the middle cover. Haha. Sounds very similar for now, until this part. You can hear like the metal guitar, the electric guitar, whatever it's called. Obviously, this has no effect on the actual song, on the actual tier list, but I just wanted to point this out because it sounds so good. You hear like the in the, like very shortly, maybe in like 10 seconds. Oh, so close. It was like 12, 13 seconds. Yeah, here. Ding, 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 ding. It's so good. It's gotta be one of the better, well, say better, it's one of the more memorable transformations for the metal cover, in my opinion. Again, has no effect on the tier list, but I just wanted to show that off because Rice definitely deserves the credit that that I give. I think not enough people listen to him, even though a lot of people do listen to him. But you know, Strive, which is what's my dog. I think this is actually fairly repetitive and used in multiple different fights throughout the game. Just need to stretch quickly. Oh god, bro, my freaking back. This chair is so not good for my back. Might have to end stream early because this bullshit. It's just not feeling great. Obviously, I'm gonna complete the tier list first. Okay, that's a bit better. I wanted to play Silksong too. We'll see how we do though. For the first boss though, I definitely think it gives Hornet 1 vibes, but it has a bit more complex form to it a little bit. I think it deserves to be alongside like Mantis Lords, in all honesty. It does hit, and I don't think this is an L in the soundtrack. We do come across, there's not, like, to say the songs take an L doesn't mean the songs are bad, it's just, obviously they're designed for a specific reason. Up by bottom. This is the dirt mouth of, or, yeah, this is the dirt mouth of, Silksong. These songs are really putting me to sleep, holy shit. It hits, let's be honest. It hits so hard. It's the lo-fi, it's the Hollow Knight lo-fi playlist. Having these just next to each other just works. I think Dirtmouth is definitely better, but it's so nice. I'm genuinely falling asleep listening to these. Which, look, next tier list will be a little bit more active, but I don't think I'm gonna do it today because I'm putting myself to sleep. But this is kind of like your hub for the time being until you get to like. Until you get to a particular location, you do have to actually go. Okay, and this is a part that I genuinely like. These songs are just genuinely so good. There's another artist that I do like when it comes to Hollow Knight stuff. There's actually a playlist called Hollow Knight Lo-Fi Vibes by Mugen Lo-Fi or Mugen Lo-Fi or Lo-Fi, however you pronounce it. No spaces at all as well. It's a beautiful playlist, admittedly, and I think this is one of the songs that is in it. But yeah, I can't rank this. I can't rank this like any lower than S tier. Oh wait, S tier? I didn't realize this was S tier. Hang on, maybe I can. Oh shit. Because of the fave tier being put off with the S tier and whatnot, because there are an obvious set. We've got like top 5, but I also have my favorites, so maybe I can put it here. We'll interchange it eventually. So if you disagree, let me know. And let me know why. But you know, definitely a great song. However, I'm gonna pause it there because it's pretty much the same thing. However, we move on to one that's not that's not listed in the thing, and I'm gonna take another screenshot quickly. I don't know why they didn't include this, to be honest. I don't see it here. Absolutely ridiculous. How could you? Definitely top. Oh, it's repeating. It's definitely top. It's such a short song, but yeah, we love Sherma. Come on, man. If you don't love Sherma, then what the hell, man? Then we got the Marrow. Has a feeling of grandness, of grand caverns, and just something that's a lot larger than you and sort of dangerous, but very easily traversable if you're careful. But it doesn't mean, I feel like, in comparison to the first game, that this would be high tier. I think this unfortunately starts falling into maybe D. Genuinely think that. Actually, I wouldn't even put it into E, just because it's one of those ones that's just, it works for the game, it doesn't, it's not the best outside the game, in my opinion. It's not bad. Again, nothing is bad, but there's just so many other songs in HK1 that I prefer over Marrow. So, let's be honest. And now we have where is it? Trying to look for Alright. I think these are the only characters that I'm going to... So I don't think there's other... Like, I'm not gonna rank all the Needle characters, because that could take its own tier list in its own right. But these characters sing without the Needle. And for that fact, I think they count, especially if we're counting Grom, because if we're cheating there, we're going to cheat here. But you just can't rank. I definitely think these two are like above the Eternal Ordeal, even though that's amazing. But you just, for me, you gotta rank it here. And I don't know if I want to put it above Grom or not. So for now, we'll leave it as it is, but we'll come back later and we'll change it. But Chakra definitely is in my favorites tier. Very memorable, I guess, if you will. We also have Belbees now. Very memorable, very deserving to go up pretty high. And it's also Beetle Buddy. However, makes me question whether I should put it in like mid-tier or... It's like, it's got... I think I'm gonna put it here for now, because it's a great boss fight. It's a great boss fight and great OST for the boss fight, but the OST just on its own, as much as it does well, but I saw a spider for a second there. As much as it does well on its own, again, I think I'd put it over. Oh, we'll keep it with Strive for now. it does well on its own, but in comparison to everything else, I'd probably listen to HKO over that. Not gonna lie. And it is, again, it falls into the logic of it is a bit repetitive. So, you know, you can only listen to it so many times until a certain point. Unfortunately, that means we're going to end it early. Definitely up here. Whereabouts is this located? Is this Farfields? No, the same Farfields. This is before, I can't remember where Repose is located exactly. I constantly forget where this one is, but I remember hearing it across all of Farland. This is, maybe not all of Farland, but this one I genuinely love. It's so relaxing, it's so peaceful. Could sleep to this, and I have slept to this. It is great. The question is, would I put it above or under Moss Grotto? It's very short though, sadly. I'll put it under Moss Grotto. That was quick. Deep Docks. Grand. Deadly. Cluttered. There's so much could describe this. I would never change any of the OSTs in Silksong because it all works. Even though some people say some soundtracks flop, they sort of do, but for just like a out of game listening experience. I can listen to this out of game perfectly fine, but in comparison to everything else, everything else in the first game and even in Silksong is just more iconic than these two. They just feel like they're not as listenable compared to everything else. And for that, I have to put it under, or tied with the Marrow. It's very interchangeable, if I'm not gonna lie. Then, again, it's not bad. Doesn't mean it's bad. Never saying it's bad. But it's just not all the best in comparison to everything else. So with that being said, I'm also gonna do the same thing because it's all actually yeah, it changes a little bit, but not worth. I'm sorry. Hang on. Turn the music back up and then play this. Alright, where are we putting this? First boss fight that I genuinely think that gives Hornet's soundtrack a run for its money. But this is the simple version, I believe. So we'll put it. This is the first lace. We'll put it center. This is what the future lace fights have to beat, and other fights that have to beat this. Because if they can't beat this, then they kind of flop. Maybe we could put it above this because we got Strident Bellbeast here. But the Hornet fights are down here, but in all honesty, I think it's kind of like Mantis Swords, I guess, so yeah, I definitely think above this. I think Lace deserves to be mid-tier. It should be like a Lace 2, right? Maybe no Lace 2. Yeah, there's the Lost Lace, but no Lace 2. No, let's put it up here since this is the same for Lace 2, I think. Yeah, it gives off the vibes of these bosses where it's like fast paced, but really does feel like it belongs where it belongs, and you can listen to it outside of the game as well, like these bosses. So you know, and it's progressive, so that's always welcome. Because the first and second lace fights actually use the same thing. Yeah. Is this OST ranking or because the first and second lace fights actually use the same thing? It's OST ranking plus a little bit extra, if you can tell by the extras that I've added. Plus it also adds looking for it, I can't find it. We didn't add it. We added these three, but it adds the Eternal Ordeal and some other stuff. Like for example, Royal Waterways and whatnot. Farfields. It's definitely better than the Marrow, and it's definitely relaxing. I'd say I'd put it up near. Yeah, I would put it somewhere around here. Yeah, I'd put it up here. It gives off a bit of a Forgotten Crossroads sort of feel where what makes you want to explore. I do like listening to it. Maybe even put it down here actually. Yeah, I'll put it down there. The first area theme that besides Mosquito that really feels and besides Bone Bottom, that really feels like it is going up in the tiers. But I think it's because of just the way it feels in comparison to the Marrow. The Marrow feels like it's a more dead version of this, and Deep Docks feels like it's just a dead version of the Marrow, but with more blacksmithing and whatnot. Okay, we've got fourth chorus. Which I'm not gonna lie, I don't really want to rank it as low, but it's not that low. Is it? No, it's not that low. I do enjoy these more than Fourth Chorus, though. I'm not gonna lie. It's not a bad song. I have to say that multiple times. It's not a bad song. But, I don't know, these just stand over it by far compared to it, in my opinion. We've got Greenmore. Okay, this one definitely going up here. When a song is really good, you know it's really good. It's not better than Mosgrotto or Repose in my opinion, but it's relaxing enough to remind me of some of those songs from Hollow Knight 1, and to the point where I would even put it above some of the locations. Maybe... Actually, do I agree with Queen's Gardens being above Fungal Waste? I don't think so. Do I agree with Fungal Waste being below these? Now let's move these here. That feels a bit more right. Also, Greymoor is like 4 minutes long. Yeah, we're not going to listen to the entire thing. It's why I've been skipping over it. See, this one feels like Farfields, but a little bit more to it. And with that almost classic Hollow Knight feel, with a bit of extra sprinkled over top of it. So, I'm not going to lie. Definitely deserves to be in A tier. However, it's not the best area music. We will be eventually getting to that. These guys. Fucking hate these guys, but these guys aren't that bad. Isn't Incisive Battle also for Morwing? I think it's for Savage Beastflight and Morwing. is great, but I think it just sticks with these. It's just a basic sound. It might even be sort of worse than Bell Beast because it's used so much. Strive? Oh, really? Yeah, okay, I can hear it. Yeah, that's true. Well, it's a good thing I didn't put this under because I do think Incisive Battle does sound better than Strive. Um, Sounds like there's more on the line, especially when you're fighting Farfield's Savage Beast Fly, and then you almost die to the fucker. If not to Savage Beast Fly, then to the little shits that spit the fireballs at you. Fucking assholes. It's mainly the fact that Incisive Battle is used in a bit of Gauntlets. I don't remember a lot of Gauntlets using it, but to be fair, like, I'm not paying attention to the music in the Gauntlets, I'm paying attention to surviving, so, you know. But I can see it being used in the Gauntlets. I wouldn't be surprised if it's used in the Reaper Crest Gauntlet. I could see it being used in the Reaper Crest Gauntlet. But I guess also another thing that would make it so that I don't remember it is that some of the gauntlets are really fast as well, so you might not actually get to hear it unless if you take your time with it. But yeah, no, it's not a bad song for the boss fight. I think Bell Beast one is better than it, but I do like it a bit more than Strive. I won't lie. All right, well. Obviously, this is going to be an S tier. This is another sort of, Bellheart, My Beloved. And also, this is another one of those soundtracks where it's like, just like the Dung Defender ones, I hear the voice line when you enter the place, the mayor of the place. Oh man, we love Bellheart. And it's to the point where I actually think it gives these three an actual run for their money. I don't know where to put this because it's so iconic. It deserves to be somewhere above here. But does it? Because Green Path is iconic, but oh man. I actually think that might be above Dirtmouth. I'm hating that. But, you know. Look, the amount of times that you go back to Bellheart, it's more than Bone Bottom. Actually. These two are very interchangeable. It's very hard to decide between Dirtmouth and Bone Bottom. But, Bone Bottom, as I said with Bone Bottom and Dirtmouth, they're sort of your safe zone hub location. They aren't... Bone Bottom is not permanent, as you may know from Act 3, but Bone Bottom, when you first start the game, you go through the areas before you get to Bellheart. Bone Bottom is that safe zone where you go to buy things from the shop and then go to traverse. It's your way of direction until you get to Bellheart, and then Bellheart is just the branches of all locations. It is probably one of the best locations to travel to if you need to get to and from multiple different locations. It's almost like the capital, if in some sense, even though it's not, but it feels like it in some instance. But its OST really does make it feel that way as well. It's very beautiful. We've got Widow, aka, or not aka, but we've got Widow also shared with First Sinner. Which I'm gonna say, this kind of feels like the better Nosk fight. The better Nosk theme. Like, if you were to put this on Nosk, this could potentially work on Nosk. But I do genuinely love this a little bit too much. Do I like it more than Lace? Hang on. Lace? Yeah, I think I like it more than Lace. Yeah, I think I do like it more than Lace. It's also progressive. It's a little repetitive, but it's great. I don't think it goes above Hollow Knight or any of these, though, unfortunately. But it has potential to, because it is a great song. Especially with First Sinner, it's just, it fits so well. This one's unfair because this one's too good. This is the part of the game where I'm just like, okay, we're hitting really good. We're hitting really good locations. Sounds. Oh, it's like to a Green Park level. Also, I'm trying to keep it like 5 of each, 5 Silksong S tiers and 5 first games. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We have one more, but we will change it later if we feel the need. Yeah, I put way too many in S tier at the moment. I think I'm gonna drop this down because it's A, it's not S, but the only reason why is because it's just I don't know. It's fast paced. It's great, but these are all nice. They're so repeatable. You can listen to them over and over. Just chill. They're like lo-fi, in my opinion. Whereas this is just like you would only listen to it in certain scenarios, or at least for me. I mean, but Sherwood, I feel like definitely deserves. It's like the green path. It's like Moss Grotto. It's the green path of Silksong. Once you get here, it's just like so luscious and beautiful. Albeit a little annoying at times, but I mean, like, isn't most the Silksong anyway? So that's what makes Silksong. That's what makes Silksong Silksong. But Sherwood's great. This is also a song that could be like a good Noska fight soundtrack. However, I don't think it's as good as Widow. I think it's definitely very creepy. But I definitely think it belongs maybe somewhere around here. It's got good form. It's got a great interchanging not interchanging, progressive listening experience, especially in the actual boss fight. It's always a treat listening to this one. Not the best to listen outside of the game, but not the worst. I will put up with it. If it comes on, I won't bother skipping it, to be honest. That start, though, is just a bit brutal, having to go through like 15 seconds, 16 seconds of just that start, that repetitive start. But it is fine. Nothing too bad. Oh, Hunter's March. The better or worse Farfields? Well, Hunter's Trail, sorry, but Hunter's March, basically. Very interchangeable with Farfields. Yeah, it's very interchangeable. I prefer, I just think it's really funny that the song file name of Widow is called Shreddy. It's called Shreddy. I mean, thinking about it, she does have like a shred sort of attack. She does kind of try to shred you up. So, but what? Interesting. I didn't even know that, so thank you for letting me know that piece of information. That's great. In terms of Hunter's Trail, just to mention my placement, very interchangeable with Farfields. However, I'm going to keep it under Farfields. I think Farfields is the superior version, personally. And plus Farfields is just a little bit longer and feels a little bit more than Hunter's Trail. But Hunter's Trail does work in game for the location, and it does sort of merge into Farfields. So, for that fact, there's nothing wrong with it at all. Oh. Next, no. Let's rank it seriously. It's not bad. Definitely better than the Marrow. But how much better? I don't mind listening to it. Actually, thinking about it, I would put the Hive probably way above these. I'd probably put the Hive back up here if I'm moving Forgotten Crossroads up here. Yeah, I'll probably put it here. I like it more than Fourth Chorus, and Decisive Battle is just, you know, it's not bad, but if I wanted to listen to something like Decisive Battle, I'd just listen to False Knight.
Yorgtaurus22 just followed.
Thank you, Yorgtaurus. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream. Thank you for the follow, I really appreciate that. See, Sinner's Road is not bad. It's great, it's relaxing, it's not the best, but it's not the worst. I definitely think the Marrow Deep Docks is the ones that really fall flat on the face. Yeah, I really need that. I'm trying to stretch more. Do I have my water? Shit. Roll for initiative? What's... I think I'm gonna burn this chair chat. I'm gonna start standing up for streams again because my back is hurting so much. Let's get this pillow, get out of here. Okay. Quickly for the D20. Where's my D20? Don't mind the messy desk. Oh, look, it died. So what do I have to beat? Six. Do I beat? No, I do not. Okay, everyone gets 10,000% chip. We have gambling commands, by the way. So if that's of interest to y'all, then you know. Add points, all 10. Okay, there you go. Okay, I need to quickly go back here, fix that up, go back to here. And what did you say for the ears? I don't know what this is, but bye ears, or no ears, well, headset. So my headset has 3 sets of ears. We got the cat ears, we got the bear ears, and we got the bunny ears, or we have no ears, or my regulars like to make me a unicorn with 1 freaking bunny ear. So that's an option. I stretched. I gave everyone 10k points for the roll for initiative. There's the hydrate. Thank you for that. Oh boy. My money. Alright. Now back to we skip cut through. Can't wait to get to the Biowater though. Fucking Chef Lagoli. PTSD of Chef Lagoli. I think I definitely don't think it's better than these. It's better than Fourth Chorus in my opinion, but I prefer to listen to everything above. It's not bad, but it works for the fight. It's just very repetitive in some areas. Plus, it gives me PTSD. I died to Chef Lagoli on Steel Soul, so if you want to know my PTSD, cut through, or as the game files call it, grind main layer. Grind main layer. I don't know why I would call that, but interesting. I like these fun facts, not gonna lie. Anyway, we've got BioWare. Would you be surprised, chat, to hear that I actually genuinely think of opting this out? And Shellwood's great, but thinking about it, Shellwood probably isn't better than Fungal Waste, let's be honest. But Bywater is definitely better. And maybe even better than Green Park to a degree. Because it's just so peaceful. Bywater as a location is terrible. This ain't ranking locations. Bywater is the worst. Unless if you know how to get around, or if you know how to cheese the area. Just overdose and you don't have to heal anymore. You just automatically heal. What's Muck Maggots gonna do, when you can just heal automatically? But the theme of Bywater might even be better than Bellheart. And even better, like, it's a fucking hot take that people are gonna hate. I don't know where this belongs here, but I fucking love Bywater's song. And I am so fucking sad that it's attached to Bywater, chat. Like, if you were to just, for a second, delete Bywater out of your mind, just for now, just completely wipe it out of your mind, and listen to this. It is such a beautiful, it's such a beautiful track. It's such a beautiful track. And it's tied to one of the worst locations in the game. I remember seeing multiple people making videos on area rankings for Silksong and saw Bywater at the S tier sometimes. Brother, for the memes, I would fucking do it just to see the world burn. I'd be the very person that Alfred from Dark Knight Rises, be the very person that Alfred was talking about. Some men want to watch the world some men want to watch the world burn. Actually, I can say it while it's playing. This song and the next song, an injustice has been made. We aren't ranking one song, we are ranking two songs. And the fucking reason is because I do not believe that Christopher Larkin should have split these two fucking songs apart from each other. These two, and I might have a hot take with this one as well, to be honest, but I fucking favor The Mist and Phantom just because of that transition point. Not just that, this is another logic break right here. I've mentioned this so many times where if it's repetitive, it's not that great in my ears. However, this song has slight build up to imply that you get closer in the location, and listening to it, it sounds so fucking amazing. You can hear just more and more instruments be added and the volume just slightly rising, and like we've got like what 15 seconds left. It's not a long song, and for that reason I don't know why Christopher Larkin didn't just make it a 3-minute song with Phantom, because this is the reason. It just meshes so well, and it is an injustice that it's like two separate songs. I deny ranking these two separately because there's no way. I don't know which one belongs above or below, because they go together so well. Also, one of my favorite areas in the game is the Mist. Let's be honest. But dude, come on. I mean, they genuinely think that. That is crazy. Also, I saw that. I didn't get to read it straight away. Apologies, Brian. That's crazy how people would genuinely put Bywater in S tier. That feels criminal. It's fine. People have opinions. Even if to me that feels wrong, but that's fine. Now, although I ranked Soul Sanctum in B tier, there's a partial reason, because everything else is a lot higher than Soul Sanctum. However, the Mist does what Soul Sanctum does with the organs, plus, and it just hypes me up so much. I don't know why. I could not be in the mood for songs like this, and just listen to the Mist Phantom combo just makes me like, oh man, I want to play Silksong. I want to fight Phantom. It's so fucking good. And then now we move on to the slab. But before we move on to the slab, it's just also probably one of my top favorite bosses. Plus, one of my top favorite bosses to use the parry attack on. Obviously, you have to do it with mods, but dude, using parry against Phantom, and you can also use parry against Phantom's parry attack, which is great. So, you know, but to the OST, I don't know why I love it as much as I do, but it just works together. They both deserve to be in my favorite tier. I don't know if that means they would be in S tier, but they both deserve to be in that tier. Don't you get parry from Phantom? Yes, you do. So you have to use mods to use parry against Phantom. But trust me when I say, it is like I cannot wait for the God Home, for like Silksong's God Home to release, because using parry against Phantom feels like the best fight to use parry in, hands down. Like you could use parry in any other fight and it will feel great, but Phantom's fight legit feels like it was made to use parry against Phantom. I don't know why, but it genuinely just feels that way. It's really fun. Also, we are gonna need to return to Bile Water anyways. Are you talking about for that piece of shit roll? Where's that fucking flying frog piece of shit? I don't know where roll is. Oh yeah, oh no, but that's what you mean. Oh yeah, that's fine. I'll deal with Bile Water. I know how to deal with Bile Water after a Curse Crest mode, a Curse Crest only, and my Steel Soul runs. My Steel Soul runs really helped out with learning how to deal with it. Just OD when you go into Bile Water. If you OD, then you don't have to deal with the nugget effect. Um, it's just literally the Marrow 2. That's all this is. I don't know if that's mean to say, but it's literally just like a more creepy The Marrow. Okay, this one's going off somewhere. I don't know where. Isn't this this is the fight that you have against the dudes in the slab? And honestly, this feels like the most Silksong song in compared to Enter Farland. However, I don't think it actually really belongs that high. I think it will go like somewhere here. Ah, yeah. Slab open up with layer and additional layer. Yeah. It's not bad. I think it definitely does deserve either. And I don't know. No. I'd say bottom of B. No, not bottom. No, yeah, definitely bottom. I don't think it's better than these. I'd probably put it lower, but it's Cloak Rescue. Yeah, yeah. I figured as much. It's a good song. It's a great song. It feels. It's one of those songs in Silksong that feels like the most Silksong OST. When you're asking me, what is the most what feels like it would be a Silksong trailer song? Red Maiden, Enter Farloom, um, there'd be another one, but I forget. Awakening, I believe. Oh no, maybe Silksong as well. That one as well. Maybe we should just rank this one as well while we're here, but no. We'll continue the ladder. We'll just go by as it is. I would put it here, but I do like it more than what I like in this. I think it's very relaxing, and it deserves to be. I like it a bit more. The Hunters. Oh, do I like it more than this? It's like the resting grounds of Silksong, right? Where I'm not opposed to it and I don't hate it, but it's not like I remember what it sounds like. I always forget what it sounds like, to be honest. And then I hear it and I go, ah, I could just sit in front of a fire on a bench right now, feeling cold but feeling warm from the fire. It is a great, relaxing song. Okay, lost the steps. This one. Actually, I think I might put it lower than Deep Docks, thinking about it. Deep Docks has the same fucking thing, sort of, where it's got that grand choir sort of thing. But it's... Wait. Choir? Am I right on that? No, that might be the Marrow. Hang on. So the Marrow has choir. It does have choir, okay. If Deep Docks and Blasted Steps almost feel sort of similar in some sense. Blasted Steps sort of feels like it's a higher place, but Deep Docks feels like it has more to offer in the sense of an OST compared to Blasted Steps. It actually is to a point where I'm just like, thinking about it. I would definitely much prefer, I would actually prefer to listen to the Dream Battle over the Colosseum. And I would probably prefer to... Actually, no. Yeah, that. I hate to do it to these, but they're just not... Fuck. I don't want to do it, but... they're not my favorite. They're really not my favorite. It's to the point where I feel like I need to move Godhome up here now. But I'll keep it down there for now. If we run across something, I might change it. But, you know, they genuinely don't feel all that listenable in some sense because of the fact that they're purely there only for the ambience and for the location. They're not there for the player to listen to and be like, oh, that sounds nice. Blasted Steps sounds beautiful. Deep Dock sounds beautiful. They all do sound beautiful. But in comparison to everything else is just by far much more listenable. The only one that I feel like is lower than them is the Dream. First entering the Dream. The Dream sounds more prettier than them, but it just starts off so weird. I don't know. You know what? Actually, Kingdom's Edge is pretty lackluster, and so is Royal Waterways. I'll give them that at least. At least the Dreams though. The Dreamers and Godhome sound much better than them by far. But they just again with these two, they sound like they're very situational for the locations that you go to. They don't really sound like they're trying to be more than that, which doesn't make them bad. It just puts them low on my list, unfortunately. Last Judge. A sluggish, tanky song that fits well for Last Judge, but every time I hear it, I skip it. Because it's great, but it feels like it takes... For what is 2 minutes, it feels like it takes 2 hours to listen to this thing. It's a good boss fight song. It seems like Fourth Chorus. Fourth Chorus is a good boss fight song. Just not my go-to to listen to outside of the boss fight. Other books. This would remind me of something. Maybe Deepness? It's giving me Deepness vibes. I do... Here's the thing, though. I do like Deepness a bit more because it sounds fucking scary. This sounds scary, but not as scary as Deepness. There's a reason why Deepness is in C tier. A reason why it's close to the middle is because it actually does its creepiness so fucking well. To the point where I kind of want to move it back up here, but I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't. It's not that great. I wouldn't listen to it outside of the playlist, and for that, it doesn't deserve a middle of the road. But same as Underworks, I will listen to it if it pops on Spotify while I'm walking. I can't be bothered skipping it. It's not one of the I have to skip this. It's not that great. It's not like Last Judge or Fourth Chorus where it's like, I don't really feel like listening to this. But it's not something I'll go out of my way looking for. Yeah. Only one place. Only one place. It's like Fave might be like a cheap tier above S. I'm adding my own additional tier, but like literally I am knighting this song. Bro, it's literally that. Like, I'm not really a hyper religious, I don't even consider myself religious nowadays, but this song really genuinely some fucking hell, chat, I don't understand. I have to listen to it. I love this song with all my being. It's such an amazing song, Pale Court. But I compare it to I've lost it. I've lost it. There it is. I compare it to this, and I can't. I can't. This shit. This song right here is enough to make you cry for no fucking reason. You cannot rank it any lower. No one can tell me to rank it lower. I deny. I will keep holding my shield up against those people. Because this is the most prettiest song in the game. And I have a super hyper bias with Phantom and the Mist. Like, I genuinely favor these songs, but I'm sorry, but Coral Chambers, the one and only song that can take top place out of both games. Like, I don't even think it's interchangeable with Pale Court. I don't even think it shouldn't even be in the Hollow Knight series. It should just be its own thing. Like, bro, it's so good. Why is it so good? I kind of want to just listen to the entire thing because it's just well designed. Christopher Larkin really cooked with this song. Bro was just like, I don't even know. Bro was just in the studios, just messing around with like some emotional shit and heard this. He's like, yes, we are going to use this. It was a great way to enter Act 2 after beating Phantom. Which is funny. My favorite way of getting into Act 2 is actually through the Mist and Phantom. So I would actually end up hearing Coral Chambers before hearing Underworks. And you know what? I prefer it that way, to be honest. For the music, bro, best way to play the game and listen to the music. But what else do I say about this? Like, I feel like if I don't rank this high, I will be slaughtered by anyone and everyone. I think putting it this high above all songs from the first game, I feel like potentially I'm opening myself up to a free murder right there, but it's fine. It's fine. Like, come on, at least it's this song. At least I'm not saying, oh, Biowater's at the top. I feel like that would be the moment you would witness a murder chat. I think Songclave is another song that is very compelling and like. Oh, this kind of sounds almost very close to the start of Soul Sanctum. It almost sounds like Soul Sanctum. I didn't realize that until just now. This is also the credits of Is it just the first ending? I don't know if it's the credits of all endings. I really kind of want to put it up in S, because it is deserving of that tier as well. Same as Sealed Vessel. Sealed Vessel is very deserving of the S tier, but it's such a pretty song. Kind of makes me realize I should drop something from here down. I don't want to drop Fire Water, so it might be Bone Bottom. By Bone Bottom. Now, I might actually drop this down to, because it is a bit similar. Oh, it still feels like it belongs. No, I'll put it above Bone Bottom. Even though it's situational, but again, holy shit, top of these slots. That's crazy. I do like Songclave. Songclave ends up being like the bell heart. Even though I let's keep it fair. Songclave is like the next bell heart of Hollow Knight. As I mentioned with the first game with certain segments where I'm like you go to City of Tears and that's the game being like, this is your big progression. This is your first step to getting closer to the end of the game. And then you get to I said it before, where was it? What was the place I said? You get to City of Tears, and then you get to where? Was it not Frontal Wastes? I think Crystal Peaks. It was Crystal Peaks was your next progression. It was like your next big progression where it was like you're getting closer, you're stepping closer to that end goal. The only reason why Crystal Peaks isn't up at the top is because everything else is just. Didn't you just say Dirtmouth and Bone Bottom interchange? I did, didn't I? It's so hard because it's like they're all kind of interchangeable, aren't they? Fuck. Okay, look, I'm gonna go against my rule that I did not mention before, but I was trying to limit how many songs I put in S tier, because it feels wrong putting more than 4 Silksong songs in S tier. But you know what, I can live with it. I mean, to be fair, really looking at it, Soulclave, Bilewater, Bellheart, and Bone Bottom genuinely deserve it. And I could put because yeah, I really do like Bilewater's Obstinate. You know what? To keep it, and it's my favorite tier. It's not S tier. It's my favorite tier. So it's fun. It's fine if we do it this way. Do we like it? Oh, I kind of like it more, but I don't. Oh, Bilewater's really relaxing. But I do like these three. I don't think Bilewater is better than Chakra Sherma and Grum. There's no way. There's no way. Okay. There. It feels wrong having all this many in the top tier, but it's fine. We're eventually getting to. We've got like a few songs left, which is nice. Fuck. That's a really good one too. Oh man, this is like the. It's a fun song. It's like Dome Defender, but I don't know where to put it, man. It's definitely somewhere around here, I reckon. It's definitely it's one of those boss fight songs where I'm just like, I can't ignore it because it's got progression. It may sound repetitive, but it somehow balances that out with a lot of compassion, and it also tells a story in its own music. Like, it starts to get a little bit fast-paced and a bit more aggressive here, and you get through the song, and as you complete the phases, it gets more and more aggressive until the last one. Like this one as well. And I think it actually has one more phase after this before the final phase. Yeah, right here. The grand phase, I guess, at like peak aggression. And like it just sounds so grand. I don't know how else to explain it. I think this is still a part of the same phase. And then the drop off. And I love how I really love a part of this. The OST is also to blame for this, but with this boss fight in particular, everyone, including myself, everyone was like, oh fuck, this is gonna be the fastest phase. And then this dude was just absolutely depressed, jumping around the arena at the slowest. It was like, oh man, you poor thing, but like, I want to get through the game and beat it, so... so, yeah, Cogwork... Yeah, no, we'll keep Cogwork dances there, because Cogwork Core... This is a road where I'm like stuck because Cogwork Core is definitely better than. I'm sorry, but I know what I said before, but we're putting this back here. Cogwork Core is it feels wrong putting them up there, but it's so good. It's so good, dude. It is the most vibe out of all the songs, and it still feels like it has like so much I don't even know if I'm using the word right when I say compassion, but it's like the like steampunkish tech type of music. It's also one of the only actual songs that Horn is listening to. That is true, yeah. So the lore behind it is great as well. But dude, like, come on. Like, who's gonna turn around and tell me that this top three, at least the top three, aren't like the worst, right? The top three are like pretty on there. I feel like, unfortunately, it feels like I'm jumping on like that hype train of like, oh, of course, another person that's picking Pale Chord as their top with Coral Chambers or something, but they are really truly the best of the Hollow Knight series. Let's be honest. And then you look at like is this my top 10? No, this is a top 9 so far. Oh, well, okay, top 10 doesn't have bottled water, but like top 15 has bottled water, and I'm pretty sure I would be absolutely crucified for this. But it's fine. My top 10, if my top 10 stays as it is, I feel like my top 10 is not too bad. It's not the worst. I feel like people are going to look at like the Biowater though. But Biowater as the area sucks, but the song is so good. Bro, please. Don't murder me. Oh, this is another good one. I love how we're like way past the point of like areas having the worst songs. Because we're now getting to the point where it's like, this is some White Palace level shit. This definitely deserves like a place somewhere around White Palace. I think I'm gonna put it over White Palace because we got Pale Chord up at top and Whispering Vaults is just so calming. Like there's a trend here, chat. A lot of if it's really calming, then it's New Vaults temp. I don't know why they named it that in the game files, as it implies it was supposed to be temporary. No, I think it was meant to be template. Unless if it was actually implied that it was temporary. But when I think of a file being called temp, I don't think of it being called temporary, I think of it being called template. Who knows though? Maybe you know more than me. I don't know. I'm just pulling shit out of my head, I guess. either way, whether it was temporary or template, that's interesting as well, because that does have a lot of implications in its own right. If it was temporary, then I wonder what they were planning to replace it with. If it's template, that's still technically temporary, isn't it? Or that's meant to be like a concept until they get something else. Unless if they modified it and forgot to rename it. But that could be the same said for temporary. Or they could have just thought, you know what, no one's really going to look at the files, and if they do, then guess what? Haha, joke's on them. They're going to go on a wild goose chase for no reason. It kind of sounds like Team Cherry, not gonna lie. I will say, Whispering Falls does give White Palace level vibes. Maybe not shiny White Palace level vibes. Like a very dusty version of it, but there's something about it that it has like an almost similar vibe, in my opinion. Alright, well, this one's obviously going here. I don't know where exactly we're going to put it. Maybe we can put more. Is it better than White Defender? I really want to. I think it might be interchangeable with White Defender. It's quite on the nose. WIP Trobio. Mama, how you doing? How you doing? Also, Trobio was very work in progress, wasn't he? They weren't entirely sure with Trobio throughout his development cycle, from what I remember at least. So it was very interesting. But oh man, he's such a great character, let's be honest. And his song is just great. I kind of want to skip ahead to Act 3 and rank his Tormented song, because it just feels fair to do that now. I remember seeing a boss title of Trobio called him the Red Tornado Trobio. The Red Tornado Trobio. They probably removed that because of Act 3, potentially. Maybe, maybe not, who knows. But that's great. It is very fitting for his character and one of his attacks, so. Okay. Let's skip ahead. I think, to explain it a little bit, I think Trobio's theme is very playful, like Dung Defender. So, you know, I think putting him alongside Dung Defender and White Defender is pretty fitting for the most part. I am gonna go out of schedule here just quickly, because I feel like ranking Tormented Trobio would be a very good ranking method, because I feel like you can't just rank one version and not rank the other, especially since both versions are so good. So this is still playful, and I don't know if it's interchangeable. It might just be straight up above Trobio, but if I were to move this one up, I have to move this up as well. It's just unfortunate, because if I were to move these two, I said it was fairly interchangeable with the defenders. Indeed, he is. It's the best camera for recording and streaming YouTube. Can you send me a link? I did mention this to you the other day, but I don't know the best, but the one I use is a Logitech C922. I'll put it in chat. You should be able to just search it up on the internet and you'll find it. But yes, no, Trobio, Tormented Trobio is just emo Trobio, which we love. And for that fact, you can't rank Tormented Trobio away from normal Trobio. I definitely think, like, he's the OST, at least, is the Defender OST of Silksong. It has to be next to Defender, in my opinion. It's a little bit goofy, but then it does get a bit serious. So, you know. Alright, back to our regularly scheduled cycle. Eye holes. This is unfair. This is unfair. Bro, This is unfair. Another one that I am very tempted of putting in. Is it no? Is it? It's not this high. Is it this high? It can't be. Oh, dude. It's literally called Hang. Yeah, fair. Oh my lord. That's actually really cool. I do. That's interesting. I love the whole development code words and such. I don't feel like putting this up here is right, but I feel like putting it up in favorite somewhere is. It almost feels wrong putting it here, but it also feels wrong putting it anywhere above them. Actually, the reason why High Halls is called Haim is because of what it was originally supposed to be. Oh? Hanging Gardens. Oh. Kind of wish we got to see that, actually. Sounds very pretty. Yeah, I'm pretty sure after I finish this tier list, I'm probably gonna have to end up going to bed. I'm thankful that I said if there's time in the stream title because, brother, I am actually legitimately running out of time. This song fucking the most PTSD. This is Radiance level PTSD. This shit. You know how much I fucking had to do? And how many times I had to do this shit on Curse Crest mode? Holy shit, dude. I'm not looking forward to doing Cursed Only again. Which we will be doing. I won't be doing tomorrow, but I will potentially look at moving schedules around and trying to do an actual Hollow Knight stream. It works with PS2. The camera works with you have to have a PC to stream, and the camera that you're unless if you mean a camera to record the TV, I don't know. I really don't know what you mean with it works with PS2. You need a whole setup to stream and record PS2 stuff. The choir. It's a gauntlet. Dude, it's so difficult, but I genuinely think it's top of. No, it's not top of B. That's wrong. I think it's above Cobweb Dances. The choir is a great song. Awakening is just not it. It's good, but unless if it's one big song. Oh, it's one big song. Okay. I thought it was the shorter version of it. My bad. It's difficult because interchangeable with the Radiance. I love the Radiance and I love the Radiance's song. Probably more than Awakening, but Awakening I do kind of like for what it is. Also, it sounds a little bit more magical, like Harry Potter. It's so difficult. I feel like I should put it here, but I don't know. It's very interchangeable. I'm gonna keep it here above Radiance. Radiance is a good thing, but it is very interchangeable. Anything under certain songs doesn't mean it's bad. It just means I like whatever's above a bit more. Dark Descent. Okay, I know where I'm putting this. I don't remember listening to this a lot or paying attention to it at least. But where's Nosk? Under Nosk. Definitely under Nosk. Maybe actually, I would probably prefer to listen to. Yeah, let's keep that. Honestly, my list probably would look quite different from this. Really, I mean, I would expect though. How bad is it in your opinion? I'm very curious. Reprieve. My list has become chaotic, and I'm gonna look at it and be like, oh shit, I don't even know if this is correct. It's so complicated ranking all the songs together because it's not something you would normally do. They're different styles, they're different types of songs in the games. It's just, it hurts when I look at some of them, like these two here, Coral Chambers and Cobra Core. Two of the best songs in the entire game of Silksong. And I put them above Pale Court, which hurts me so much because I love Pale Court above and beyond. Like, ideally, I wanted to put this above, but I genuinely just, they're just too strong. They're too powerful, man. They hit my ears and I listen to it and I'm like, oh man, if you were to give me a 24-hour loop of, a 24/7 loop of these songs, I'll just listen to them. I'd be stuck in a trance. Um, uh I've lost this. I've lost a reprieve. It's reprieve again. I mean, it sits with repose, right? In my opinion. It's simple, calming, but powerful. Very good boss fight song I left as well. I don't know what else to say for reprieve. Um, we did listen to quite a bit of reprieve, but it's just repose, but reprieve. Also a powerful song that I don't know where to place. I have no idea where to place this. One that I'm genuinely like stuck on right now because it's so pretty. I'm confused with the song. Nihilith is a personal favorite of mine. Yeah, I mean, part of me just it can't go lower than B. I look at C and it's just like I don't think it belongs in C. I look at B and it's just like it still doesn't belong in B. Ah, it feels. Do I put it here? It feels like it might have the same emotional impact as Sealed Vessel. So I'm gonna put it alongside Sealed Vessel and say I think Sealed Vessel, in my opinion, might be a bit better because of the amount of difference that Sealed Vessel has and the amount of the scale of emotion that Sealed Vessel has, the lore behind Sealed Vessel as well. I think we would probably know a little more about Sealed Vessel than Nihilith as well. But, you know, it was probably more so made for Seth than like Nihilith. Yeah. Well, on that. I love Seth's character. It's really sad about the whole story of Seth though. I've mentioned this before on my streams. I mean, when I use OBS streaming with PS2, you do need a capture card. Do remember you need a capture card and you need a I forget what purple called it, but you need a you need a converter for the PS2 cable. but it should be able to work on OBS. You just need the capture card and converter. But disgusting. Can't believe it. Okay, instantly. I'ma say this is above this. This ain't a mid-tier song. Although it's B's not mid-tier, right? Yeah. I definitely think it's like, yeah, no, it's top of A for sure. I'm sorry, top of A. Yeah, Elgato. Yeah. Okay, so Elgato is a good capture card. I don't have a Elgato capture card, but if you have one, that works. But you specifically need a. Unless if you have an Elgato capture card that supports the cable for the PS2, then you should be good. But you need because usually capture cards support HDMI cables. You'll need to make sure that you have a capture card that can either support the cable that the PS2 uses, or you need a converter that can convert a HDMI into the cable that a PS2 uses. So do keep that in mind. With Scarsing at Carmelita, one of my top favorite fights in was one of, I don't know if it is anymore. Since the last time I did Carmelita's fight, I was playing more careful than anything. I really need to play it again with not on a still soul mode. But I do remember the first time I played Carmelita, it took me so long to beat her for my first time. But I genuinely enjoyed the fight. And her OST is so great. It's such a great combo, and it's fun. I love Carmelita. So I think for that fact, A for ants. Sansa Kara. Much better. This is actually funny. This is basically Blasted Steps 2 part 2, right? But I'm gonna tell you. I enjoy it. I very enjoy it. I very much enjoy it. It's also like a resting grounds sort of situation. I don't think it's any higher than a C. Oh no, I did not see the your last message. Sorry. Um, let me go back to before I rank it. Carmelita has the most confusing file name of all the songs. Flower Live Vox Game or Stem W intro Fox. What the fuck? I'm not even gonna try and figure that out. Oh no, hang on. Flower Live. I don't know what the Vox game would be. Maybe or Stem W intro Fox. W intro would be probably the introduction to Carmelita's battle, but then they just extended the song and probably used that. Flower Live is probably talking about the Fragile Flower, the Everbloom. Vox Game or Stem W. Have no idea what that means though. But that's interesting. Apologies that I missed that. I don't know how I missed that. Anyway, Sansa Karak, I definitely think I like it more than Mount Fae, Farfields, and Hunter's Trail, but I do like Resting Grounds a lot more. Thinking about it. Actually, genuinely thinking about it, I don't think I like Underworks as much as these. Same as Deepness. As much as I like Deepness, I'll keep it in C, but I will prefer to listen. Deepness doesn't even belong here, to be honest. I kind of want to drop it down. Respectfully drop it down. Because Deepness is more of an atmospheric thing. I'm willing to keep it above everything. Actually, I'm willing to keep it above everything here. Because I'd listen to this more than these, because these just, I don't know. Actually, there's not even it's not even... I don't really want to be disrespectful to deepness, but it's not really a song. It's a great atmosphere. It's so hard to rank. Some things it's just so hard to rank. Sansa Karak, I definitely say I like more than Mount Faye and Farfields, which I do like those two quite a bit. Kruskin Khan. Fast-paced version of what's her face? Pretty much the fast-paced version of Last Judge, in my opinion. Kind of. Not exactly, but you know. I do think this is the better of the Blasted Steps Sansa Karak bosses. And for that fact, I think it belongs alongside... Where's Hive Knight? It definitely belongs, like, at least here somewhere. It has a Hive Knight feel to it, so I'm gonna put it there. And that's actually the name of the song without the vocals. Oh! That makes sense, actually. That really does make sense. So the intro vox would be without the vocals. Interesting. The more you know. I love the fun facts bit, you Brian. It's making me very interested in more fun facts of Hollow Knight. I will say, the song does feel... Royal's the wrong word, but it does feel like very high up, very dictatorish, but for a warrior. It feels like this is going to be a strong warrior. However, unfortunately, the actual fight for Kruskin Khan, I pretty much did it my first try. I think I beat Kruskin Khan on my first attempt of trying to fight the boss itself. The gauntlet was the hardest part of that entire section. I died numerous times to the gauntlet. But Kruskin Khan, so fucking easy. I was so sad when I beat Kruskin Khan. Where would the Coral Tower theme, battle theme rank on this if it was here? It should be here. It's not here. Actually, go back. Silksong Red Coral Tower song. Looking for my screenshots, sorry. Okay. Just gonna use this as reference. This one you actually hear while doing the gauntlets. Yeah, I do remember this one. I completely forgot about it. It's much better than... is it much better than this? No, it's not much better. It's probably just under. It's probably just under. I would rank it... It would be just, like, it would... Basically, if I move Kruskin down, I would move this down. It's one of those instances where they're that close that they could just be their own song. And for that fact as well, they could have easily been combined into a 3-minute song. So that's crazy. And it's among multiple normal battle themes that aren't on the official OST. Yeah, that's unfortunate because they still are great OSTs. I won't lie. Yeah, no. So that's exactly what I'd do. I'd if Cross King were to move, then the battle thing will also to move. Um, okay. I hate how there's so much in S tier, but you know I got my extra tier above. I don't think anything else is going in to the above tier. As much as Los Vidania, I love Los Vidania personally, and I would have Los Vidania as an area pretty high in the list because I fucking love Los Vidania. I love it a little too much. It's nothing too new. A nature environment. It's a lot like the foliage in not Green Path, not in Moss Grotto. Well, it's similar to the environments in Moss Grotto, but it's more similar to the Memorial. And I just have to say, funny how it used to be part of Aspen Cloverland. I do know about that. I don't know if I'm upset that Aspen Cloverland is gone, or if I'm happy that it's gone. And the only reason why I would be happy is because of how the Lifeblood is. However, yet again, if Aspen Cloverland still existed, then potentially Lifeblood Spire would still exist. However, Lifeblood Spire is coming out in the DLC by the looks of it. So maybe I'm just happy that we got Vidania and Wormways with Lifeblood and the Lifeblood Spire in the future. I can't wait to see the Lifeblood Spire. It's probably going to be a top tier area. But in terms of the Clover Dancers, they're very, very, very high on my list. Not Clover Dancers. Lost Vidania, very high on my list. The Plasmian Buds used to be in Red Coral Gorge instead in Old. That does make sense because apparently Lifeblood prospers in like watered areas, which hence why it's in Sea of Sorrows. But it also prospers in voided places, so you know. But yeah, I genuinely I have a love for Vidania. It's a stupid love. It's overhyped love, but not overhyped. Overrated love. The area is not anything new that we haven't seen before. We've got the Memoriam. We've got Moss Grotto. We had Green Path. We had Queen's Gardens. So it's not like it's anything new, but it's so pretty. It's so pretty in the nature there. It's just, man, the music as well. Like I would put it higher, but there's just so many other music that's OSTs that's better. So sadly, it's gotta stay around here. Clover Dances. Hmm. It's like Carmelito, a little. It sounds a little like Carmelito. I never realized how it sounds almost a little similar to Carmelito. I definitely do like this. I think this deserves to be high on the list, but I don't know where. It's calming, it's relaxing. It's like almost the calm version of Carmelita. And I think for that reason, I'm going to put it over Carmelita. Because, I don't know, it feels... Oh, do I want to... They're very interchangeable. song pretty much ends there, actually. Do I feel like after that, do I feel like the song still deserves to be there? Yeah, in all honesty. Okay, Fleetopia. That's unfair. That's unfair. I love this song. Yeah, it might not be the best in the most grand way, but it's home. It's the most home that you could get in Silksong. Besides Bellheart, like, you have Bone Bottom, which is your first sort of safety safety location where you can go to, and there's like a little society. But then you get to Bellheart, as I said earlier. Bellheart then becomes that main hub location. You get to Songclave, and for the longest time, Songclave really feels like that as well. But Fleetopia just feels... It feels so welcoming. Almost like that is your home, and Bellheart is your home away from home. You might actually own yourself a Bell home in Bellheart. But really, deep down, we all know that if we could have a home in Fleetopia, we would. We would choose a home in Fleetopia over Bellheart. I think I sadly have to bite the bullet and put it at top of S and not in fave. Oh, I could put it in fave though. I think it does it belong there. I think it does belong there. It is one of my top favorites, which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We have 11 in favorite list. We might try and shuffle things down, but as it stands, it's fine. Actually, I'll shuffle some things up. That can stay. At least they have less than other tiers, though. A lot of other tiers are, like, very clustered. Hey, Rem, how you doing? I probably won't be doing, I gotta mention this because I know you've been looking forward to the Curse Crest, the Curse Soul run. I don't think I'm gonna be doing it tonight. I have, 40 minutes till I have to end the stream, so there's not enough time to do Curse Crest today. Yeah, well, no, we're not ranking bosses, we're ranking OSTs. I'm not going to get to the other tiers because I didn't realize how long tier lists are going to take. And my tier list, I feel like I still have 40 minutes worth of fixing this tier list. Because I'm looking at it and going, oh, Pale Core being third and not the top. Am I sure about that? But Coral Chambers, dude, Coral Chambers. We love Coral Chambers. But yeah. My list is very chaotic. Also, you'll notice, if you're not familiar with tier lists, or you probably are, but anyone that's not familiar with tier lists, I have an extra tier in my tier list. It's the favorite tier. I don't like having too many things in S tier, so I make favorite and try and stick to a limit. But this is just really chaotic, so you know, I might have to reorganize some things and whatnot. But we'll get there when we get there. Red Memory. So we're gonna rank Red Memory now. Yeah, let's go. This one's really confusing where it should go. I actually don't know. This should go. It's beautiful. It's gonna suck, but I'm gonna put it. Fuck. Hang on. No, no, no. Is very particular for its section, which hurts for me having to put it in a low tier, but I think as much as the red memory fits for red memory, I don't really think it's all. I don't think it. I don't think it's B. I really don't think it's B. I think maybe I'll be willing to put it under in C tier under Resting Grounds. I think it's a great song and it's really pretty, but it's very slow. It's not even it's not even the slow that would put you to sleep. It's the slow that just takes too long that you can't sleep to it. Until a certain point, it does pick up. But by that stage, you're just already awake. The song's woken you up before it even could have a chance at putting you to sleep. Okay, wait, hang on. No, okay, you know what? Why is just the splinter there? Because of the horror. Yeah, maybe. Oh, okay. How about this, actually? Change my mind. I'll put it around Reflection, because Reflection was semi-similar, I think. I think I had a similar feel to Reflection. It's not bad. But I genuinely think I'd listen to other songs above this OST. Yeah, okay. Last night. Huh? Enter Fallen, we ranked that ages ago, yeah. Okay. Confused me, because Enter Fallen is also used in the Abyss section as well. I've lost Last Dive. Last Dive is great. It sounds so similar, but it does pick up a lot more. I think it is definitely better than Red Memory. Whereabouts though? How better? How much better? The thing is, Last Dive isn't fully played in the game cutscene. I wouldn't be surprised, right? Yeah, no, you can hear where it's starting to get to the bit where it would be cut off. Christopher Larkin is truly a masterpiece. Yeah, I think it's that bit. That bit's not in the original, right? I don't remember hearing that in Silksong, but we don't really have a choice but to put it in S tier, right? S tier feels S tier. Does lose points for this very slow start. I think high A tier. Top of A might be good. Yeah, you know what? I think because Nihilith um, really hits hard though, doesn't it? We'll sort it out after. We'll keep it at top of A. Okay. Final boss. Is it along with the other final bosses? the other final bosses, I should say. It is very beautiful. I think it's really pretty, but I partially don't think it's above these two. But I don't think it's above Hollow Knight. Painfully. I'm listening to it and I'm just like, it's taking an awful long time. And plus it sounds sort of, in context, it's a very different sort of final boss. So the song is also quite different from the rest. Somehow it feels like a Spider-Man OST. Wait, which one? It does kind of. I kind of see. I mean, to be fair though, the game is about spiders, so... Yeah, I don't think it's a bad song. It fits well Last Dive, yeah. True, yeah, apologies that I miss your, miss messages in general. It's not just yours, but, you know, especially when it gets to this time that I'm really tired. I need to freaking fix my, sleeping habit for streams. I don't think it sounds bad. I think it's definitely... It definitely fits for a top A. That's at least how I feel. I don't know if it fits in S. But it is a really good song. And it fits so well for the game at the time as well. It definitely feels like a Last Dive type of song. It's just... Is it the best in the entire game? No. Would any of the ones above it work for the Last Dive? No. This, I feel like, could potentially be the only song that would really work for the Last Dive, just because it's obviously the Last Dive. Like, you know, the Coral Chambers is beautiful, but I don't know. Why are you gonna do that, man? Holy shit. I'm gonna fucking time you out, bro. Come on, man. Bro. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna ignore your message. Because you interrupted me, bitch. Fucking time it better. Holy shit. I'm not even gonna apologize to you. Because you do shit to spite me. Why? You're my fucking lead moderator. Fucking piss me off sometimes, man. Holy shit. Because now you've gotten my fucking mind off track. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. Bro. As I was saying, I don't think you could replace Last Dive with any other song. Last Dive was created for a reason. There's other songs that are better than Last Dive in my opinion, but Last Dive, it definitely feels like the Last Dive. It definitely feels like there's like hope, but there's also a chance that all hope is lost, right? I think the Last Dive definitely does that successfully. That doesn't mean it's the worst. It doesn't mean it's the best. It's not. I don't think it will come close to my least favorites. Obviously, it's in top A, but again, I think there's no other song that could replace it for that particular moment. Lost Lace. It's not a bad song. I'm gonna just touching back on this one. It's not a bad song. I definitely think it's sort of better than the other, like better than Widow and Lace. It's very interchangeable, I reckon. And that's because I don't know where exactly it will go in this particular spot. Because I do like Lace a little more. Yeah, I'm gonna put it here for now. Actually, No, I do think it maybe there. I do like the song. It's pretty. It's very beautiful, and it feels like it has a lot of weight to it. It's just other songs just sound more um worth listening to, in my opinion. So, and it's not to say that it, for the final boss of the game, as it currently stands, it's not a good song. It's the same thing as Radiance and Grandmother Silk. Those songs aren't even anywhere near S. They're close to A, but they're not really near S to begin with. So, you know, it's just a bit unfortunate. I think the song works with it's like sort of graceful. It's like almost, I don't know how to explain it. It just, it belongs in the middle of B, so unfortunately. Sisters of Void. Oh, this is still a part of the cutscene. I think I'd just consider this a part of the last dive cutscene. I feel like they could have gotten away with... Oh no, it's a 2-minute song. Okay, maybe not. We'll put it... No, not Last Dive, Sisters of Void. It's great, but it's definitely a lot lower. And this one's actually going to be... And it also comes after the final boss, so I don't think they could have gotten away with it. Wait, sorry, context? I'm a little confused. Are you talking about the Sisters of Void? Yeah, I think I'm gonna put it in like bottom of D. Yeah, no, it is fair. It's 2 minutes and it does come after the last boss. However, I will also like to push an argument on what you say there with the fact that Sealed Vessel is literally broken up into numerous different songs that are used in the game that you don't hear in one ending, nor do you hear it consistently. There's a couple songs in the first game that sort of do it. Sealed Vessel has like several different songs in one song that are tied to different endings, which, you know, I'm gonna go back to Silksong quickly. A part of me has a nostalgia for it. Scared the crap out of me. Holy shit. Part of me has a nostalgia for this to the point where I would consider it the best. And that's because of my Curse Crest run, my Steel Soul run, the first completion run. There's really something about getting to the end of the game and being sent back to Silksong's loading screen, or to Silksong's main menu screen, that you don't get the same feeling in Hollow Knight 1. I beat Hollow Knight 1 Steel Soul twice, technically speaking. I beat it off stream, and then I beat it on stream recently. I also beat Hollow Knight, I beat Hollow Knight once, just in general. And I've quit a whole bunch of times and been to the main menu. There's something about Silksong though where its main menu theme just works so perfectly for finishing the game and hearing the main menu theme stuff. It's almost like it's just perfectly sending off your playthrough. I don't know how it does that, to be honest. It's so simple, but yet it's so powerful as a song. Also, I think, if I'm being honest, High Halls. There's High Halls again. Song played. Yeah, I'm going to be dropping this quite a bit. High Halls is beautiful, but I think it belongs now, like with Whispering Vaults. And to follow. Yeah, okay. And then do we want to drop anything else lower? Okay. I think that's the tier list. An absolute nightmare of a tier list. Is this the best camera for streaming, for recording and streaming? I don't think it is. There's better cameras that give you better quality. However, it's the camera I use. Logitech have better cameras, so look for anything newer than C922. However, you will have to pay a higher price for them. I am very curious if that's it, if we're done. Because I don't know if moving anything is doable at this point. This is pretty much how I feel about the tier list in general. I guess I could move this here, because the Sisters of the Void is great for the moment, but like it's not really hyper noticeable. And I genuinely love Distant Village enough to put it in D because it's just funny. So I searched in Google, he gave me only these Logitech. You haven't sent me anything on what Logitech devices you're looking for. Just search up streaming cameras. If you're wanting 1080, because 1080p is usually like probably anyways, can I drop a bomb? Depending what you mean by that. If you mean like can you give me a rating on the tier list or something? It's a fan-made expanded map of Silksong. Huh? Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, Muscular is absolutely beautiful. Oh, okay. Well, chat. It took us how long? 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's absolutely upsetting. I didn't think it was going to take that long. My tier list still probably will, I probably will change my mind. Because the problem is, I'm always changing my mind with certain things. I really thought Pale Court would be the top. Part of me just wants to put it at the top and say, I'm done. There it is. But it's so difficult when my brain is always changing. My brain always just hears a song from the first game and says, oh, that's definitely favorite. But then I hear something from the second game, like as example, like the top song at the moment, Coral Chambers. And it's so hard because Coral Chambers feels like it has way too much weight to just be putting under Pale Court. Just the map, not a mod. Oh, if you're just dropping a map, then that's fine. If you want a place to do that, actually, because I'm going to be ending stream pretty soon, and I might not return to the chat, this is a good time to plug my Discord. So in case if anyone wants to check my future streams, do be sure to join the Discord. It has my stream schedules. You can also post suggestions for me to play like maps on Silksong or Geometry Dash or whatnot. So, you know. But yeah, are links allowed here at all? You can post links here. I don't know if auto mod. I think I have it set so auto mode allows it. But I'll just click on it right now quickly. Oh wait, what the fuck is this? Yeah, if you do end up wanting to join the Discord to send stuff like this, then by all means, you don't have to. It's just I mentioned it because it's cool to have see stuff in the Discord with that looks like this. Muck maggot filters. Interesting. Putrefied ducks, fallen bay, of course. For sure. Interesting. Sea of Sorrow. Pale Falls. Gloom's Approach, the Gloom. Border Caves. Windswept Peak. Karak's Reef. Pretty cool and interesting ideas here. You've got the web, which is also an interesting concept. You've got Warrior's Nest, Farlid Frontier, for sure. Clover Grove, which is connected to Lost Vidania. Wow, there's so much. There's literally so much. I can't even zoom in properly and scroll. Oh wait, I can. Weave Nest Absalom. Interesting. That's actually a pretty cool. Oh, there's a Beltway there too. Right, Moss Tunnels. This is a pretty interesting and in-depth map, I'm not gonna lie. It's really cool. Some people are really incredibly smart when it comes to creating maps. Atla will be very different. Oh, the screen zooming in really weird. Yeah, I don't like the zooming in function with this, to be honest. It's hard to control. But it's pretty cool. Like if I can get to it. Can you see that? Yeah. Moss Grotto, Weave Nest Atla, and Bright Moss Tunnels actually look not identical, but they look like they're closer to. Oh, you can't even see Bright Moss Tunnel. It's this green part. You can't even see my mouse cursor. Great. Well, oh, you can see it now. Cool. It's this part here. It looks a lot. These three here look a lot like what they originally looked like before Widow was added. You originally got the needle in this like sort of area here, which is kind of cool. But that was obviously cut. So yeah. Anyway, that was cool. Also, since they don't give a name to the part that's left of Sands of Para, it's called Hidden Gorge. Interesting. I do love that actually. That's adorable. Cobweb dances. We love cobweb dances. We're gonna go to Cobweb Caller. Alright, actually, you know what, no, it's fine. Yeah. Alright, well, that took us, chat, a total of roughly close to 4 hours and 30 minutes. I am very sad about that. It would be good to edit this down and just, you know, maybe I should save this quickly. I'm not signed in, I'm guessing. If I have to log in. That's fine. I can log in after. But yeah, no. Definitely a fun thing. I need to keep in mind this tier list time that it's gonna take, because holy shit, for these it's probably not gonna be as long for these. There seems to be a little bit less, so it might be quicker, but I don't have the time for it tonight. Nor do I have time to do the Curse Crest start. Sadly, I wish I did. However, that always means I can just come back the next stream when we're free to do the the Curse Crest and the tier lists. So if you're interested in that, as I said before, I have the Discord. If you want to join for my schedule, then by all means, I post my schedules there frequently. Plus, you get to see what games are upcoming for the schedule. And this is mainly to the YouTube, but Twitch. Do listen in if you want, because I will be ending stream shortly for you as well. I need to head to bed soon, and I need to start getting ready so I can wake up on time for work tomorrow. However, I'll change it. We'll keep it to this actually. It's fine. You get to see my top 3. So again, before I do the outro, again, this list is very interchangeable. My brain is never settled on one particular thing. So there'd be days where Pale Court will be definitely the top. However, listening to the 3 above it right now is just it's so difficult to 100% decide. But it does seem like it's a good mix of Silksong and Hollow Knight 1 songs, which I'm very surprised about. I'm very, very surprised about, because I always thought I genuinely liked all of Hollow Knight 1 above most of Silksong, but apparently, as we can see, it's a rather good mix. So, you know. Also, since they don't give wait, I already read that. Good. So, yeah. Also, we did cheat a little by adding our own little things, but also the person that made this tier list did kind of also cheat with the little additional royal waterways and the dream, I think. I don't think that's a part of the main OST. They also cheated by adding Distant Village and Shade themes. So if they're going to cheat by adding that, I'm going to cheat by adding these 3, because obviously these 3 you just cannot not add. Sherma Chakra and Brum. Oh, like, bro, come on. You have to add them. We did add the Red Coral Towers battle thing. However, I'm keeping that alongside Crust King Khan, because it feels just like an extension for his fight. But alas, with that being said, YouTube, it is now sadly time for us to consider ending the stream. Sadly, I was genuinely wanting to do Silksong tonight. And I thought the tier list was gonna be quick, but it was not quick. Thank you, Ram. I won't be streaming tomorrow. And the reason why, well, technically today now, and the reason why I have it on my roster, on my schedule on Discord, but the reason why is because of the fact that I have to wake up pretty early on Thursday in order to get to work on time. So, you know, no stream tomorrow. We might make up for it with a Friday stream, but for now I'm not going to guarantee it, because I don't know what's happening Friday. I do need to clean the place, so having the days off might be good for me to exercise and get back into routine of things. But you know, we'll be back on the when is it? We'll be back on the Thursday. We won't be streaming on the Wednesday, but we'll be back on Thursday to do geometry and such. Unless if people are wanting to watch, I might make an excuse this week. I might do Silksong this week, and then push back. But we'll see. I'll decide. I'll put a poll up on Discord. Because I know there's some people that really do like the geometry dash. So, you know. But with that being said, YouTube, I gotta love you and leave you, as always. But if you want to tune in for future streams up above, I've got the links to my Discord where my schedules will reside and will always reside. We also have Ghost Lily, my best friend, who makes music on Spotify. Go check them out. I push for follows on their account more than I push for subscriptions and such on my end. So, you know, do check them out. They're great. They deserve the fan base. If you like the music, do consider it. Actually, since it's the end of the stream, we should just play the music. Even though it's been like a Hollow Knight music stream, but it would be nice to listen to their music. Gives you a little taste test of their music. So if you like the music that you're listening to now, which is now in the top right corner of the screen, go check them out. They make amazing music, and they're my best friend, but that doesn't matter. If they weren't, then they still would be making great music, so do check them out. And obviously the Discord, if you want to drop by to the Twitch for the raids, or for other benefits like the channel rewards, then there's a link. If you don't, your home is YouTube, obviously. I totally understand, and I respect that. Look, YouTube, I love YouTube. I use YouTube all the time, so if you just want to stay on YouTube for, like, you know, because it's your platform, totally understand. And I think that is it for the links and for the end of the stream. So, thank you so much for watching. Marvel, thank you. I hope you guys have a lovely day. I don't know why I said yes like that. Won't be streaming today or tomorrow, later in like, what? Like, let's say 16 hours. Usually I'd be streaming in roughly 16 or so hours. But, no, less than that. Roughly about that. I don't know. In like, yeah, 16 hours. Roughly, I'd be like streaming in like, let's say 15, 16 hours. I won't be doing that today. So don't expect a stream today, but expect it the day after. And I hope to see you then. Thank you for watching, and bye bye.